Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated. Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
You will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their court.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Is that correct?
Dati mihi Anglican for you, service Latino.
Literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me. Oh, for Trump's sake.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Happy Podcast Thursday afternoon, especially to Kim R., who's first in chat today. Kim, congratulations. Everything IP related worldwide is your responsibility. Fix the typo. Thank you. What was my typo? Pre-4th of the July. It was the 5th of the July. All right, thank you. I fixed that. You fixed that. Well, it says I fixed it, but it was someone else that fixed it. Probably Red, I'm guessing. Time to recover? Yeah. Not consumed yet, though. Not consumed yet.
My goodness, you wear multiple hats. My goodness, you wear multiple hats, sir.
Oh, wow. Sorry. Yeah, Chet. We got you. We outed you. You tried to fix something sneakily, and, well, you ended up being sneaky when you weren't. I thought I had another soundbite. Where's found out?
Because we here in Canada
That's not it.
hate you and hope for bad things for you because we hate you.
Oh, here it is. I found it.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case?
Oh, she found out.
There you go. There's that one. We haven't played that one in a while. Let's see. Hold please for just a second. Welcome back. Have you watched Squatters yet? What is Squatters? I mean, I know what the term squatter refers to usually. Is it a TV show? Because I don't watch TV. Court has become content and the law has become a spectacle, says the judge who calls in attorneys from the four corners of the world to his courtroom to read an email to them and then abruptly walks out. Yeah. Who's performing for who? Gosh, it's all right. No, it's cool. Thanks for fixing that. I completely... spelling is not my strong suit, right? I like to think that my strength is in good looks and charm. It's self-delusion, but it's mine. So spelling has never been my my strong suit. That's not my forte by any means. Let's see. It's in cables. Yes, I grew up. Cachette, by the way, thank you for being here. I hope you're doing fabulous. Cachette is one of our mods who works normally behind the scenes a little bit, like you saw with fixing my typos in our heading. But wonderful to have you here. We're growing and having a blast. And Cachette's been extremely helpful on some of the back end, keeping me up to date with things that are happening on the YouTube front as things are changing. Oh my goodness, are they ever? And it's all good. All right, these people can take over other people's homes and cops can't do anything. A guy that signs a lease with the homeowners tries to legally get them out. Kim, I need you not to tell me about this, and more importantly, I need the people who rent my Airbnb to never hear about it either, if that's the case. If you could, I'm nervous about our next renter. Can I say that? I'm not sure if I should. I think our next renter is our first renter who's not a traveling nurse, and that's why I'm nervous. He's traveling for a job that's not hospital related, so. All right. I need. I think we're going to go to Judge Simpson, who's doing probable cause hearings today. We're doing just some court hopping this afternoon. This is our last day of being together before the holiday, the big holiday. Let's see if Judge Simpson's up yet. Oh, he's up, but he's not. He hasn't come into court, so just hold tight. He just finished lunch as well. Let's see who else was. Wait for it. Okay, Judge Simpson. Minecraft Court did a thing earlier today. Let's see who else is live. I think Kansas was. Ian was on last night. What are we looking at here? There's Simpson from this morning, Judge Dad from this morning. We might go there. I think he had an interesting morning. But a little bit of court hopping is on the schedule for today, so let me just see if Judge puts his hands on his head at any time. That's our indicator. I'm just scrolling through. When he does this, you know, he's ready to take some aspirin. Oh, I found it. He did it. Let's see what this is about. Hold, please. Let's go to 6.
26 at 3:23 p.m.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I need to back up.
What did you do? Turn this to July 14th at 9 o'clock.
We don't have them till the afternoon that day, Judge.
Oh, at 1 o'clock. I will give you a personal bond, Mr. Bashan, of $3,000. If you do this again, I will make you sit in jail for the longest time until we have a trial. Do we understand one another?
Do we need to back up?
Yes, sir.
Further?
Do you understand what date I just gave you?
Yes, sir.
What date did I just give you?
Hang on.
The 14th.
At what time?
1 o'clock.
If he does
You
what
still
again?
live on, is it Hanover Boulevard?
We're going to back up just a little bit and see what this gentleman did that made him mad.
Bashan, Robert Bernard Bashan, 2F2383348. B and C.
Yes, Your Honor. James Schloff, on behalf of Mr. Bashan, he's
I'm trying to move him out of the breakout room right now.
Okay.
okay. And
Here he comes.
Wait for
Mr.
it.
Bashan, your name?
Robert Bashan.
Your Honor, I've had an opportunity to speak with him via Zoom, and he was brought into Wayne County Jail on a probation violation from Judge Slavens. I believe they're finished with him there, so he was put off for these tickets, and it's a Flat Rock case. I was not able to speak to the Flat Rock city attorney, not in, or at least not in yet. And
Is Flat Rock here today?
No, they are not.
so what I was going to ask the court is to put it off to another date and to allow him out on a personal bond. I know it's been some time, but they're low severity cases. He's done 15 days already in Wayne County Jail and waiting his probation. And I spoke to him about the importance, especially before this court, of coming into court and taking care of his matters.
What's wrong with you, Mr. Bashan? You think you can ignore courts like this?
No, sir.
Well, then why did you?
So I did 7 months and on my probation.
This is a 2022 case.
Yeah, so.
This is 2026, last I checked on a calendar. It's been 4 years. You didn't show up. No wonder Judge hasn't set that bond.
Yeah, I didn't even realize that I had this.
Realizes now, Your Honor.
He realizes now, Your Honor.
I don't get it. When is, I'm surprised, Flat Rock's not here at all today, Heather?
No.
Aren't they usually here on Thursdays?
They are. He is on vacation.
Oh, okay. Well, when's Flat Rock with me again?
Not till the 14th.
I'll adjourn this to July 14th at 9 o'clock.
We don't have him till the afternoon that day, Judge.
Oh, at 1 o'clock. I will give you a personal bond, Mr. Bashan, of $3,000. If you do this again, I will make you sit in jail for the longest time until we have a trial. Do we understand one another?
More than just 15 days.
Do you understand what date I just gave you?
Yes, sir.
What date did I just give you?
The 14th.
At what time?
1 o'clock.
Do you still live on, is it Hanover Boulevard?
Yes, sir.
That's where the notice is going. Heather, prepare the paperwork. If you have no other holes, you'll be released.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Good luck. Thank you. All right. What do I have here with DeQuandra Sharnagee?
He represents Stackpole too. So.
Oh, you have Stackpole? People against Noah Jackson Stackpole, 26T647949. Yeah, I'm sorry. I called him. I didn't realize he had a lawyer. Your appearance?
James Schloss, 30720, he had Mr. Stackpole.
Mr. Stackpole, your name? So he's going to plead to disorderly person under section 771.1?
That's correct.
Is that what you want to do, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you plead guilty here, this is punishable by up to 500 fines, 90 days jail, costs, or all those. I'll place you on probation. I'll set terms and conditions, and if you're compliant at the end of the probationary term, the case will be dismissed. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign, read, and understand and advise your rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
If you plead guilty, you will be giving up all those rights, and we are not going to have a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
To the charge of disorderly person, how do you plead? Were you in the city of Trenton, county of Wayne, at or near 3911 4th Street, apartment 219, on April the 3 of 26 at 3:23 p.m.?
Yes, Your Honor.
What did you do that makes you guilty of disorderly conduct?
A little bit. I swore and
Who'd you swear at?
a police officer
Why?
because I was just being stupid.
Did he come over to the, was it a he or she? What officer?
I don't know.
There was 6 or 7 officers.
They came to the scene because you were loud initially, is that right?
I swore at 6
I called
officers.
initially to get my things from my father's apartment, and I was loud a little bit. I was disturbing the apartment complex. And I swore a little bit.
What'd you say?
And in addition, Your Honor, he's at a shelter now, so.
I need the police report on Stackpole, please.
And he's also treating
Yeah.
them for medical as well.
Okay. All right. Are you on, right now, are you on probation or parole?
Either.
Has anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, Your
Okay, let me take a look at the police report. Did you read it?
Can you read it out loud,
Yes.
Judge?
It's not in the file for some reason. So I called the prosecutor. He's going to bring it in. I'll take a quick look at it.
Does the court also wish to look at the
I might,
received from his case manager?
I'll be glad to. I might sentence him today if I get a hold of the police report. I just don't know where it is. Thank you.
Should I duck my head in and see if I can get it.
Yeah, would you please? I have a feeling he misplaced it or something.
Yeah.
You have it? Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Judge, please read this out loud.
Thank you. Where?
It was a 27 district one. He's transferred. They just finally got the judgment over. So it's a.
This was 27?
Yeah, you handled it.
They gave it to, they assigned me
Yep.
as DAO?
Yep. You already had the hearing. And everything.
Okay.
It's just they hadn't got the document.
Okay, thanks.
That's it.
All right, let me take a quick peek here. Yeah, you can't be aggressive with police officers. You know that, right?
Mm-hmm. You found out.
No, I mean,
Somebody would.
all right, I'm gonna go ahead and sentence.
Judge.
This is a first offense. He's never been in trouble. So I'll listen to anything you have to say.
Just very shortly, as the court can see, he's recommended for 771.1. He does have a history of mental illness that's being addressed now. As you can see from the letter from the caseworker, he has some things that they are helping him address as well. So I ask the court to go along with this recommendation from the prosecutor and allow him an opportunity.
Who do you live with now, sir?
Emergency shelter in Adrian, Michigan.
Okay. You lived in Trenton before?
Yes, sir.
Can I safely assume you're not going to do this again?
Yes, sir.
You're going to get yourself some help?
Yes, sir.
I don't have to order you to go to psychiatric treatment or anything?
Correct.
Anything you want to tell me?
Sorry for what I didn't want.
3 months probation. I'll take it under 771.1. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law. You must appear in court as directed. At probation as directed. 100 fines, 100 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment, 60 in probation fees. So I'm going to go light on you. 385. I'm not going to require court work or community service or anything else. You pay your fines, you stay out of trouble, you come back in 3 months. If you are compliant, I'll be more than happy to dismiss your case. You have 21 days to appeal, and you have 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer for purposes of appeal if you cannot afford one. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. Can he have an opportunity to pay over a period of time?
Yeah. Give me a review hearing date, Heather, please.
We
Oh,
could
sorry,
do
no, I'm sorry.
September 24th.
That's good enough. September 24th at 8:30. You'd pay your fines. You'll be instructed, I guess, by probation. It should take 3 minutes. And you said you could pay that now?
Yes, sir.
All right. We'll pay the money. Get your review hearing date. And Heather, talk to probation. They might not even need to see him. I'm just finding them. They probably don't need. In fact, I'm gonna make it non-reporting probation, okay? I'm gonna make it non-reporting probation. I would like you to take this out of the file, though, that you handed me. I don't need this floating around the public court file.
I'll return it to him.
Okay? John? Yeah, thank you.
So
all right,
something in that
non-reporting probation. I'm going light. Don't make me look bad, Mr. Stackpole. Good luck.
Something
Thank
in that
you.
report is not suitable for the public's consumption.
Schlaf's cases, like I know he's got
Yeah.
a sentencing.
Do you have Bowker?
I've got Bowker.
Okay, let me take Bowker.
Here we go.
We have Miss Johnson, who was the first person in the courthouse this morning besides me.
Well, then let me take Destiny Cherie Johnson first. 260-648-6588 A, B, and C.
Mr. Bowker
Do I
wore his
have
burgundy
Bowker out
suit.
here, John?
Come on. He's ready.
They're he's not soon.
Yeah, I know. I need the file, though.
So I returned the file.
Yes, the file should be under the thing.
This is the next curious, so I don't have to ask you.
There have been a couple really interesting looks in court today for Judge McNally.
It is.
Perfect. Your name, ma'am? Counsel?
Your Honor, the record change, 30720.
So I have A and B and C, and as I understand it, she's going to plead responsible to expired plate and no proof of insurance, and the prosecutor's going to dismiss the suspend charge.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Is she going about getting her license?
She's got her license, she's got her insurance, she's got her registration. We showed that off. To the registration. We showed it to the.
Jahan.
Good. To the charge expired plate. How do you plead, ma'am? Responsible or not responsible? How do you plead to the charge of no proof of insurance? Responsible or not responsible? All right. I'll accept the plea to no proof of insurance. I'll accept the plea to expired plate.
That's a Ron Burgundy
dismiss on
suit.
motion of the prosecutor the suspend charge. On the expired plate, it's 135. Have you seen the insurance, counsel?
I have.
And it's valid now?
She has it.
No, I understand. I just want to make sure you're verifying it's valid.
Yes.
I'll reduce those to 125 for you. So you go down the hall, pay your 260, and you're all set. Okay, good luck. Thank you.
She needs some time.
How much do you have today, ma'am?
I have 100 today.
All right, why don't you pay pay 100 on the, no insurance today, okay? Pay 100 now, you'll owe 25 on that. When can you pay that? Can you pay it by next Friday?
On Zoom for
So you pay 100 now, balance on that, which will only be $25, you pay by July the 10th. And then I'll give you until July the 24th to pay on the expired plate. Fair enough?
Yes.
If you need more time, you call the court. We'll go on Zoom. I'll give you an extension, okay? Best of luck. You're welcome. Do I have people against James Bowker? James Thomas Bowker. 260-647-449. Mr. Bowker, your name?
James Bowker.
James Schloff, behalf of Mr. Bowker.
The victim reported that the victim was going to show up. Let me see here.
He's raising his hand there in back.
Oh.
He's the one in shorts and tennis shoes.
Oh, come on up here. Good morning.
Morning, Your Honor.
Your name?
Greg Radley.
Okay. And so I'm going to let you, why don't you go right over to that microphone there. I did not order.
Right there.
Yeah, right behind you. That, believe it or not, that's a microphone. Okay. So I did not order a pre-sentence report. I did read everything here. And I'm going to ask you, what would you like to say on his behalf, Mr. Schloff?
Just, Your Honor, that this is a very rare event. He was under bad circumstances at the time. He knows he did wrong. And he's acknowledged that.
All right. Mr. Bowker, is there anything
lighting
that you would like to say, sir?
Just that I'm sorry for what I did with the guitar. Like you said, I was just in a bad time in my life, and I meant to get the thing back to you.
Did he play
and
the forbidden
it just
riff?
slipped. And I'm sorry.
Did he play the forbidden riff?
So as I understand it, he sold it to a pawn shop. You had to pay $100 to get it out. And, but you're out more money than that, correct?
Correct.
How much do you calculate that you're out?
Well, can I kind of just give a little background?
Absolutely.
Okay. So my wife, you would know her as Kathy Burke. Her previous marriage, she had accumulated a plethora of sports memorabilia.
Plethora.
Which was now being stored down in the basement of the Edsel Estates senior living home that her and I operate together. Okay. I hired James probably, a couple of years ago. But when I did the background investigation on him, which we were required to do by the state of Michigan, it showed that he had a friend at the court case. I helped him clear that up. And then I even picked him up. I drove down to Adrian to pick him up, to drive him back. He started working for us right after that. And did a good job as a caregiver. But after a little while, Kathy started noticing that the sports memorabilia things were missing. They've been down there for 10 years. No one's ever touched that stuff. She had also noticed at one time that he was wearing one of her sweaters that was also stored down there.
Is that suit?
Didn't really think too much of that at the time because it was an old sweater, Thought it was odd that he was wearing a woman's sweater, but anyway.
Mr. Spoplin.
So then I started to.
I want you to know, and he mentioned it, Mr. Balker. I know Mr. Grablin. I haven't seen him, and I can't even tell you. It's probably been 20 years, but I do know him. I just want to disclose that.
Fine, and I have no objections.
Okay.
The nature of your job, you're gonna know about it.
Right. Go ahead.
So anyway, make a long story short, I questioned James about the missing items. Of course, he denied it. So then I asked him, I said, well, where's my guitar that I loaned you? And he couldn't produce it. So every couple weeks or whatever, I'd ask him, hey, where's the guitar? And I was kind of dangling that guitar because I knew he couldn't produce it. Because if he did, he would have brought it right over. But so Kathy and I are basically of the opinion that if he was willing to pawn my guitar that I loaned him, he was more than willing to steal all this other sports memorabilia and sell it off. The Trent police just haven't been able to locate any of it yet to pin it on, So I just wanted to let you know what the nature of this whole thing stems from. He had access to that basement every shift he was working. Full access to the house. Come and went as he pleased. So, Kathy and I just wanted to let you know that and let your sentence reflect the nature of his deceitfulness.
Anything else?
Your Honor,
I want you to understand that you need to understand something. And I know you were in law enforcement.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot sentence based on any of that.
I know that. I just wanted
only sentence based on this conviction and
correct.
This. And as I understand, the value of the guitar was $259, correct?
Correct.
Plus you had to pay $100 to secure it from the pawn shop, correct? So is it fair to say you feel like you're out $359?
No, I have the guitar back. I'm out $100. Technically, that I had to pay the pawn shop to get my guitar back in my possession.
Yeah, but maybe I'm not looking at this right. You had a guitar that was worth $259.
Correct. The guitar is still in good shape.
Okay.
He pawned it probably. I don't think he even played it much, to be honest with you. But it's still in good. It's still.
So the same.
I got the same guitar
back, okay,
from the pawn shop. I was shocked it was still there a year and a half after he pawned it.
I see. Okay, so you're only asking for $100.
Correct.
Anything else? Sir, do you have anything else that you'd like to say? Mr. Balker?
I'm sorry about the guitar, man. But I didn't take anything else from down there.
Nothing's been missing since he stopped working there. That's all I'm gonna say. We never had anything. Nothing's been stolen or come up missing in the last 7 months. So that's all I'm gonna say.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Balker? I just want to make sure I let you finish.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
6 months probation. I'm going to take it under section 771.1. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate any law or ordinance. You change your address, your place of employment, or home telephone number, you must notify probation. You have to report as directed. I'm going to order you have no contact with Gregory Grablin. You cannot write him, phone him, see him, text him, email him, or have anybody else do any of those things for you on your behalf. I'm in order that you serve 3 days of community service by August the 31st. I am taking this under 771.1 pursuant to the agreement reached between the prosecutor and the defense. 100 fines, 100 costs, 75 victims' rights, $50 justice assessment. So your fines and costs are 3 1/4. You have probation fees of 120 for 445. You have restitution again. You're going to pay that through the court, and we will forward that to Mr. Gravlin in the amount of $100. So your total's $540. You pay the $540, no contact, stay out of trouble. Serve 3 days of community service by August 31st. We'll put you in a breakout room to cover this with the prosecutor.
Just very shortly, Judge. Did you mean, remember, he is up north. That's why he's on Zoom.
That's why I'm going to have him meet him by Zoom right now.
Very good.
That's what I meant, if I didn't make that clear. And then August 31, you have to have the community service done. So you're going to stay right there. We'll put you in a breakout room. I'm going to give you your review hearing date now. What is that, Heather?
Judge, real quick also, what did you say your total was on him?
I got 540, I believe. 100, 200, 3 1/4.
He can have those paid as soon as he gets some stuff pawned.
545. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay, that's what
See
I
how
got.
you have to surround yourself with smart people here, Mr. Graffin and Mr. Schloff, right?
Yes.
That's what I've got. That's what I've done. Thank you, Heather. So it's 545. So give me your review hearing date, and
that would have been so hilarious.
Is it going to be in January?
Yes, it'll be
No, December.
January.
Bro.
You want to do, well, yeah, you know what? We will do the end of December because
Yeah.
we will have, this is a Trenton case. We'll have to do December 17th.
At 8:30 in the morning. So you can appear by Zoom. You can notify him of that. We'll send you the notice, but you got to write that down on December 17th at 8:30. Can you pay all of this money now?
Not right now. I might need a couple weeks. I've been a lot, but I just
need to sell some stuff.
How much do you have now?
I could probably do maybe 200.
Okay, you pay $200 today. You can go on 33court.com with your case number. And then you need 2 more weeks to pay the rest. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And I'll give you until July, I'll say the 20th. How's that?
Okay.
Now, if you don't,
memorabilia on the wall
if you
behind
do
it.
not have the money, you call the court. You will give you an extension, and we'll go from there. But don't ignore me, okay? As soon as we get all that money, we're going to forward it on to you, okay?
Okay.
And do we have Mr. Gravlin's address, Heather, so we know where we're going to send it?
I don't believe we have it in the system. So if he wants to come down here, we can put it in the file after it comes down.
Thanks for coming. Have a good day. Good luck to you, Mr. Bowker. I wish you well. Thank you.
Do you want him to go in a breakout room
Thank you,
for
Your Honor.
probation to meet with him, Mr. Bowker?
Yeah, probation should go in a breakout room with Mr. Bowker.
Okay, I'll put you back in a breakout room, Mr. Bowker.
Where is Muhammad Ali Musa here? Is this yours?
No, Neely is the one I had. Look.
If he had like jerseys and stuff on the wall behind him,
I
that
have
would
a
have been
simple
funny.
arraignment
On who?
on
This is a
trials and
So I wanted to finish that, and then we have 2 more attorneys in the bowl.
Okay.
2 attorneys in the bullpen.
Not
What?
given permission. Oh, I'm going to take this one real quick. Come on up here, sir. I see what it is. 267-707-327.
right here.
Your name?
Muhammad Ali Musa.
Okay, Judge Heston arraigned you on June 29th.
Shorts and a
A
t-shirt.
couple of 3 days ago or what have you. And you want to leave the state?
No, they had listed the wrong address for me on file.
What's your address?
45.
We don't need that.
That's the one we have written down.
My bonds and they delivered. And the paper that I received.
Hang on a second. Hang on. You live in Toledo.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you permission to leave the state. Is that what you want?
Holy Toledo.
Go back home.
Yeah. Defendant can leave state to go to Ohio, okay?
Okay.
Is that all I need to do? Okay, that's what the note said. So, bond modified, I'll just make a note, bond modified, defendant can leave state without consent, okay? Thank you.
Do I need any paperwork?
No, you'll be good.
All right, thank you.
Good luck to you. Just make sure you're here on July 7th.
Can I do it usual? They said that.
You're only in Toledo. I'd really prefer you show up. Okay, thanks. This one's Guinea. Thank you. Why don't you call in Jessica? People against Janaya, Amani, Area, E. Neely. This is 225W839-829A. You're gonna need to bring your best game on this one.
James Schwartz, on behalf of this team.
Your name, ma'am?
Janaya Jamil.
All right, so you understand how many violations she's had, right? In the past.
To Your Honor, and
So I'm gonna, how was she going to proceed on these?
so she's gonna recognize that she's in violation, Your Honor.
You're
She
gonna,
also was here with her mother today, because she does have a cognitive mental disability, and
well, maybe that's why I've been so incredibly kind, overly kind.
it
She's
could-
got 23 prior violations, shame on me. I think I gave her a few days once. So she's gonna either have to plead guilty to these, or we're gonna have a hearing. We've got 4 counts: failure to pay, failure to submit the weekly testing on 3 occasions, and then failure to pay for the scram tether, and then a non-technical violation of being convicted of the drive while license not valid.
I did review that with her, Your Honor, and yes, she will acknowledge that. But I must say to the court that knowing how the court feels about money, but also the opportunity to allow people to come to the court and address why they might not have it. I don't know if that sank in with her last time. She was trying to deal with her probation officer, and I don't know if the information got before the court. But I did reinforce with her, she has problems, make sure she calls in, just like you told several other people before. She is, you're working now, is that correct? She just got her job back. She's at a Hampton,
Okay, let me take the plea first, though, okay? That's all right. Your name?
Just going on, Your Honor.
Ma'am, if you plead guilty to these, I want you to understand your probation on this could be revoked. You could be incarcerated for 93 days. Do you understand that? And you signed an advice of rights form today. Is that true? You got to keep your voice up. If you plead guilty, you're going to be giving up all those rights, and we're not going to have a hearing. Do you understand that? Nice and loud.
Yes.
Is the count 1 that you failed to pay your fines and costs as ordered? How do you plead?
Guilty.
Is the count 2 that you failed to submit the weekly testing as ordered on June the 4th of 26? How do you plead?
Also guilty.
Guilty.
Is the count 3 that you failed to submit the testing as ordered on June the 17th? How do you plead?
Guilty.
Got to keep your voice up. Is the count
Guilty.
4 that you failed to submit the testing as ordered on June the 22nd? How do you plead?
Guilty.
Did you fail to submit the testing on June 4, June 17, and June 22?
Yes.
Did you fail to pay your fines and costs as ordered?
Yes.
Is the count 5 that you failed to obtain a scram tether?
James
How
is
do you
back.
plead?
And he's
That's not the
outside.
count. It's, she failed to pay for the scram time.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Failed to pay for the scram tether. I apologize. Failed to pay for the scram tether. How do you plead? Did you fail to pay for the scram tether?
Yes.
And is the count 6, which is a non-technical, that you failed to refrain from violating a law, being convicted of drive while license not valid through this court, June 11 of 26, offense date May 25 of 26? How do you plead?
Guilty.
All right. Were you convicted of that offense on that day? On June the 11th?
Sorry.
Were you convicted of drive while license not valid on June the 11th? Was the offense date May the 25th?
Yes.
And again, you failed to submit to testing on all those dates, June 4th, 17th, and 22nd, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you failed to pay for your scram tether,
Yes.
and you failed to pay fines and costs, correct?
Yes.
So here, I'll accept your pleas. Here's the problem. You're still in operating while impaired. I'm gonna let you, you can feel free to tell me tell them what you told me. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm concerned. She is complying with the scram tether in the sense of there's been no positive alerts, nothing like that. She hasn't paid on it. The last payment she did make was the other day on June 23rd for $50. Her current balance is at $979. They want to shut off the device at this point. They want it back. I'm concerned about this regarding it. We went over her conditions. Janai is very concerned regarding money. I'm aware of the conditions and aware that she, had some money struggles. But like I explained to her as well, there's only so many extensions I can give. There's only so many extra time I can give. Eventually, we do have to come in front of you and discuss this. She was very upset about her violation. She called me about 6 times in a 10-minute time frame. She was very upset with the clerks the other day as well, asked me if she was going to go to jail today or not. We cannot tell her what's going to happen today. We do not know. You make all the decisions, not us.
Why did I extend initially I told her to remain on a sober link until April the 5th.
She was not compliant on the SoberLink device at her last violation, so we removed the SoberLink device. She went to jail for 8 days and then wanted her on the scram.
How long has she been testing negative for everything?
She does show up for testing, she's negative. But the last test I have for her, she did show up for testing on June 26th, she was negative. Prior to that, the test I had was June 8th, she was negative. Prior to that, the test I had was May 31st. When she does show for testing, she is negative.
And the scram has had no positive results?
The scram had no positive alerts, nothing like that. It's just for not paying for it. And again, at this point, they're going to shut off the device.
Where's the mother? Come on up here.
Uh-oh, Mom. Mom's going to out the daughter or back her up? What do you think?
Young lady, how are you? What's your name?
G.
I'm sorry?
G.
Can you spell that for us?
Yes. DEQUANDRA, last name GE.
Thank you. Did you want to say something? Did you want to say anything?
Yeah, I was explaining to the lawyer that she has a disability where she does not understand. So like the money, she was thinking like if she's paying different courts that she's okay. So she's been trying to take her money and pay this court, pay that court, but not really trying to put the focus towards the on the screen. So she doesn't fully understand what's going on. Because I explained to her, like, she was under the impression at first that she was coming to court to get her tether removed. That's what she said. She's my base was just trying to put in for the tether removal. And I said, well, if you're being violated, that's not what that is. And I thought about it like she's not understanding she's not understanding what you guys explained to her. And she has had some struggles with working and not being able to pay it.
Where do you work at?
I work at an urgent care and
The Hampton?
yes, and Trenton.
Hampton Nursing?
How much do you get paid?
16.
How many hours do you work per week?
8. We just
8?
well, I mean 40.
Okay.
8 a day?
Yeah, 8 a day.
All right. So you're making $640 a week gross, right? And then they take taxes out.
Thomas, can you mute?
Right?
Yes.
I would like to note too, she does have her warrants are still active. The one I did look up is she has one out of the 25th district court. That is for the other driving under the influence. That warrant is still active.
Why didn't you go surrender on that?
I thought I did when I went to Taylor. I even went to Wyandotte.
25th is Lincoln Fire Code.
I didn't go to that one yet.
Why not?
I was trying to make the money for it, sir.
The ones in the Wyandotte was a driving license suspended, and then the ones in Taylor were traffic tickets.
I told you to clear all your warrants by March the 1st of 26 too. This is July. Why did you have to go take care of that, young lady? That's a drunk driving. It's not a simple case. I mean, She needs to grow up a little. I get it. I'm trying to be understanding now. But she needs to pay attention to what she's doing. And
I'd like to add too, house arrest did state that they've tried to contact her several times to make payment agreements with her. Every time they do talk to her, she'll promise payments and then she defaults on the arrangements that they agreed upon. So house arrest has talked to them, she has communicated with them, and then doesn't agree to the terms.
when's the last time we had any indication she was consuming anything?
I mean, as of right now, again, she's not showing up for testing all the time, so I don't know if she's consuming. I don't think she's consuming alcohol because of the scram tether. I really don't believe she is. I don't know if she's consuming anything else, though any tests she does appear for, she has been negative on all of them. It's just not getting her to appear to all of the weekly tests, because again, she missed, in the month of June, she missed 3 tests.
Just certain times I'm just gonna be having the money to pay for the lifting and to test for it sometimes. So sometimes I'll have to contact Karen, try to, reschedule for a different, day.
You're making my job difficult here. You know that? I mean, you're a guard. I don't know what to do with you. I can't have people violating left and right like this. I'm sympathetic to what you're going through, but you're just not complying with orders. I'm expecting you to go over to Lincoln Park today, right now.
Right now.
Today, right now. Do you know what I mean by that? I mean today, right now. It's 10 after 10.
If only
I'm
you'd
gonna
said that the
expect,
first time.
did you drive her here?
Yes.
I'm gonna expect that you guys go over to Lincoln Park today and be there by 11 o'clock. It's only 22 minutes probably from here to Lincoln Park. Let's start with that. I'm not gonna require her to be on the scram anymore. I mean, I don't know if I've ever had anybody with this many violations. She's scheduled to come off when?
The scram, technically you've never given her a date in the scram, so I did tell her I would discuss with you today taking the scram off, because
We're
you've never
going to
given her
do
a
that.
date.
And right now we have her on weekly testing.
She's been moved to bi-weekly testing as of a couple days ago, Your Honor.
Okay? What do you think?
I'm concerned. Again, I feel like we did not great at the beginning. After she went to jail in her last violation, we did really well when we got out of jail. She was communicating with me really well. She was showing up. She didn't have money for the scram right away like you ordered her to. Because she was communicating with me and told me what was going on, I gave her time to get the scram. She didn't end up getting the scram until like 2 weeks after she got out of jail. But I worked with her as long as she was appearing for urine testing. I told her I'd work with her on it. So again, it's really like sometimes we do well for a little while and then she disappears and I don't hear from her for a while. And then she'll reach out to me and say, should I appear for testing today? And I'm like, well, you missed testing the last 2 weeks in a row. Yeah, you can appear today, but if you would have told me about it before, then maybe we could have worked out something a little sooner. So it wasn't 2 weeks later that we're appearing for a makeup. I don't know if she'll be able to comply with probation again with the money and all the monetary amounts. I just worry that this is a hole she's dug herself that we can't get out of now.
So how are we gonna solve that? How are we gonna solve that?
The only suggestion I can make, Your Honor, if I may, is that she's living with her mother, and if she could, and this is, I have nothing that the court order, but maybe turn over the checks to your mother, and perhaps she can start making sure that payments are paid. Is that something that can be done between the two of you?
Yes.
You got yes from both of them.
Did she do her treatment?
She's been enrolled in treatment. She does have a little bit of a lapse in treatment, but it's not on her. Her therapist became a supervisor, so they've moved her to a new therapist now, and that new therapist hasn't reached out for yet to schedule, it sounds like. She did also complete her victims impact panel. She has not completed her work program days. We've tried to schedule her for a few of them. It never seems to work out.
You gotta get those scheduled. You gotta get going. Heather, give me a review hearing date in 5 weeks, will you please? First of all, Take your time.
Okay, gotcha. We did this. Do you want it on a Woodhaven day or just for a
It
review
doesn't
hearing?
matter, whatever, probation day is good, especially if Mr. Schloff's
Okay.
here.
I'm here usually on Thursdays.
Then let's set it for a Thursday.
Well, our next Thursday, you are off in August on the 13th. So Mr. Schloff wouldn't be here again until the 27th of August.
Just came across some
How much
interesting
can you
activity
afford to pay weekly?
on Flight Radar.
Speak up.
$50.
Did you hear what she said, Mom?
Yeah.
I'll show this to you in just a second.
We're gonna set your review hearing for August the 27th at 8:30. That's gonna be a jail start date. 30 days.
If she's not in compliance.
She's not in compliance. You're to pay house arrest $25 per week and the court $25 per week beginning July the 13th. I've written down you're to test bi-weekly instead of weekly. You appear for the review hearing on August the 27th. You are to surrender to the 25th District Court on the warrant today. Scram tether to be returned in the next 24 hours. Unless we can take it and give it to
I
them.
think ball house arrest, Joel will usually come and meet them somewhere. and
So
give you
that's to be done within the next 24 hours. So she's gonna make that call. I will consider suspending your jail term if you remain compliant.
How does she work in?
So that means you have to go to
Urgent care.
Lincoln Park today. It means you have to pay $25 per week to the court in the house arrest starting July 13th. It means you have to test every time you're supposed to test, and that's bi-weekly. It means you are to surrender to the 25th District Court on the warrant today. Not tomorrow, not next week, today. Do we understand one another?
Yes, sir.
You're gonna put that down as a jail start date on August the 27th. And again, the scram tether to be removed. I think I've covered everything, but I can't have you miss testing. You cannot miss testing. I'm taking the scram off. You cannot miss testing. If you miss testing, I'm gonna require you to serve the 30 days. Do we understand one another?
Yes, sir.
Mom, I think she needs some guidance here.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you came. She's giving the staff a hard time around here. That's not right.
No.
Gonna give somebody a hard time, you're gonna give me the hard time, okay? I don't like that. They don't deserve that. Okay? That's it. Do we understand everything, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good luck. Go in the hall, get your jail start date. That's what I'm doing. Thank you.
Court work program.
Oh, yeah. But by the way, you're gonna schedule her on the court work program too. And you're to comply. Young lady, come on back up here. You are to go to the court work program. This was ordered in February. This is July. This is 5 months. We're gonna get you scheduled now. And it's devilishly hot out there, so I don't mind if you push it out a month. Start in August, but whatever. Good luck. We understand, right? Good. Come on up here, DeQuandra.
Me.
That's you?
Yeah.
E 23B1444404. Do I dare say like mother, like daughter?
What?
What are you doing?
Yeah,
but you're not taking care of this. What's your name?
G.
Go ahead.
I got into a really bad car accident in February, broke my arm in 2 different.
I told you to pay $25 per month beginning January the 10th of 26. That was back in. Did I tell you to come and talk to me if you didn't have the money? Or did you come and talk to me when you didn't have the money?
No.
Why not?
The house is not.
You weren't in the hospital. Your accident wasn't until February, right? I told you to start to pay 25 per month beginning January 10th. You didn't pay, and you didn't come talk to me on January 10th. Now, come on. You gotta be responsible here.
Set an example for your daughter.
Good. I mean, I don't think there's anything to quarrel about. When are you gonna pay this? I can't keep giving you time to pay when you don't follow the time to pay orders and don't come and give.
Right now at the moment, and I don't have.
Why aren't you working?
Because my doctors put me on, restrictions from not lifting nothing more than 20 pounds, and the work I do, I would have to lift 20.
What kind of work do you do?
I was working in a warehouse, Amazon.
Amazon warehouse.
Just because I'm still in physical therapy, I don't want me doing no heavy lift.
Pay 25 per week. I'll start at beginning on
That's
August 14th.
Not 25, we were about 50 a month. I could just pay some money for that 60 a month. I think it would be fair.
Jeez, you guys drive a hard bargain with me. Per month beginning August the 14th, okay? Come on. Now, don't make me issue a warrant again. If you do, I'm not gonna be this nice. Okay? Come on. You gotta show a little bit of respect. Good luck. Jean Trozine.
So 25 a month?
Yes.
Beginning August 14th?
Correct. And the 14th of every month thereafter, correct.
When is 25 again?
August 14th.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good luck. Jeez. Too nice in this job. Jean Louise Trozine. Which one do you have, counsel?
Morning, Governor. Hopefully the band's closing.
There was another attorney in here on Trozine, but he was.
We're going to bail on that for a minute. Wanted to show you something that I just found, saw on Flight Radar, happened a little earlier today. So we're jumping, from court cases to Flight Radar, and I apologize for this, but I'll just start the playback here. You can see this little guy right here, Saucer 1. Has taken off from here and is headed down towards the Roswell, New Mexico area. So we'll let that roll ahead. That's happening. It's a weather balloon. It's a weather balloon, but he named it Saucer 1. And so it's funny, especially because he's aiming. I'm not sure if you can see this very well, but my cursor is on Roswell, New Mexico. Okay, just watch. Let's give this. I'm going to speed it up to about 40 times play. So here's Roswell. Keep that in your mind. We're going to go a little faster there. Here's our alien weather balloon. Remember, here's Roswell. Right here. Is it gonna happen? Is it gonna happen? You can't see? Are you? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here's Saucer 1. Here's Roswell. What are the chances? What are the chances this weather balloon, or A minus 100, I'm sorry, nails it. Just flat on, just nails Roswell. Right on the money. You can see this now, right? Please tell me you can see that. Yeah, you can see it now. Oh, you need to see where I am. I'm up here. I'm sorry. I'm going to run down here. There's the picture of the weather balloon. It crosses Roswell and does a loop immediately and signals back. That is impressive. That's impressive. At altitude of about 60,000 feet right there. Looks like it is just in a holding pattern, headed back to Roswell again. So, does it lose? When does it pop? When does it pop? Wait for it, wait for it. I'm going to speed it up just a tiny bit. This is Flight Radar, July 2nd, 2026. We're going to go up to 100 times speed. And where's the track? Bring me the track back. There it is. Makes a circle around Roswell, New Mexico. Weather balloon. Just a weather balloon. Follows its track again. Slight deviation incoming. Comes back up and crosses again right over Roswell. You can't make this stuff up, guys. This is flight data. Flight data, and this is yeah. There you have it. And they say aliens don't exist. Brought to you right here, courtesy of Flight Radar 22 or 24, excuse me. 24. 22 would be like most of the hours that they covered. But there it is. Just a weather balloon. Thought I'd share that with you as well. All right. I had to text a friend. Thanks, Flight Radar 20. Now they're not going to be a sponsor. Dang it, I said their name wrong. With an X in the middle, right over Roswell. Coincidence? We think not. Everyone put on your tinfoil hats, especially right before the 4th of July, this big 250th. Remember to serve man as a cookbook. What? Fran. Never seen a weather balloon perform like that? That's because I don't think it was a weather balloon. All right. Let's see. We're at 2:30. We've got a couple options. We have a court. If I can get the timestamp. Let's see. Josh, is Josh with us still? Josh, do you have the timestamp for the habitation trespass? Or was it linked in the... Because you linked a 9-hour video. We don't have time to watch 9 hours of video. Used to watch the TV show Roswell, and then Roswell, New Mexico, so that made my day. Thank you, Melissa. I'm glad you got to see that. That was today. That was today that happened. Just a couple, maybe an hour ago. Amber's looking awesome. I appreciate that. Don't see any chats from Josh. That's because it was on mod chat. I can't make my app do that. Is yours the paid version? Yes, Lisa. I've got the silver version of Flight Radar 24. I do pay for it. This helps us so we can track. Historically, we can look and see where aircraft went or where patterns were. Because once on the normal version, once the plane lands, it sort of disappears. It's like it never happened. The tail disappears, the track disappears, and for what we do, we need to have the history. So I do pay for that. It's one of the little services we pay a little to every month to make sure it works. Okay, timestamp for me. That's what it polls. I know, but that's like right in the middle of somebody talking. That's what I'm saying. I don't know where Josh is out fishing right now, I think. Watch the video at high speed. Let me, the 9-hour video. It's people talking, unfortunately. Let me show you for those that don't have Flight Radar 24, let me back this up. I do recommend this app. This is a super useful one. We're going to back up half an hour. I'm going to turn... Okay. So there's our... It took off from right here, which is in like Nevada, the desert of Nevada. So Las Vegas is down here, and I think it's up there. That sounds right, because there's Cedar City. Yeah, it sort of took off. Here's Death Valley. So it took off sort of north and east of Death Valley. Let me make sure you guys can. I'm sorry. I'm terrible at this. I have one job and I don't do it. Okay, so here's Death Valley on the screen. The alien craft took off right out here in the middle of nowhere where there isn't anything. And we're going to play it real quick. So if you want, you can grab this and show your friends. But this is 100 times speed with a Saucer 1. Actually, let me go 200 times speed because it's more fun that way. 200 times speed. Saucer 1 making its way across the western United States through Arizona and around New Mexico, crosses directly over Roswell, then pulls a hard left, makes a quick loop around Roswell, as all other air traffic in the nation just continues as normal. You can see the flight paths just doing what they do. LAX to Houston, always a busy path. Completes the loop, goes around for a second lap, almost does 2 full laps before it turns off at Carlsbad and heads straight up to Roswell and crosses over the initial point where it crossed over Roswell and then veers northward and off into the great unknown, Colorado. So I don't know where it went after that. I'm curious. We might have to follow this one. We'll favorite this guy and follow. Oh, he's gone. It's forever gone. Somewhere over here, there's a balloon flying around. Nobody knows. Disappeared. I guess that's a mystery that we'll save for another day. So, Roswell apparently has a UFO festival this weekend. Yeah, advertising. Let's see. If the UFO festival's this weekend, that would be amazing. If it is, that's hilarious. All right, did I miss the mod chat about the timestamp? He said it's in the middle of someone talking. Yeah, that's what I said. Oh, I'm the he in that one. Okay. We need to know more about the UFO. I'm guessing it was most likely a plane, not an actual weather balloon. I know, it showed 60,000 feet. World Cup, maybe? But with Roswell? X marks the spot on Roswell? Did it start at Skywalker Ranch? I don't know. I didn't zoom in. No, it has to be a weather balloon. It has to be a weather balloon. Weather balloons don't follow that pattern. It's the problem. I was in Roswell last week. It's a cool place. It's awesome. All right, I'm not hearing. Might not be able to watch this one. We'll wait and see. Celebrating the World Cup win from last night. Their McDonald's is shaped like a UFO there. All right, how does the missus feel about moving to Roswell? I honestly, I have not approached that specific request with her. I haven't thought about it myself. Some good rock hounding around there if you like to go out and look for rocks, which I do. Okay, hold on. We're trying trying to find if this court is going to work out for us really quickly. Minecraft court was live. Judge Simpson. Everyone's sort of getting ready for the holiday, I think. Let's see who's up in the criminal docket here. What's this one? Whose court is this? Van Zandt County, 294th. We been here before?
Concurrent settings, or not concurrent, but the two settings both set the 13th, I believe you said, and the 27th.
All right, court says Mr. Blevins for hearing on the state's motion to adjudicate.
It's almost 4K.
No resolution is had on Ted's docket August 27th.
What's the resolution on this one? Oh, it's only 720. Okay. It's a good camera. Oh, the camera's right in front of him. That's why. The laptop is set up right there. So I'm like, why are we seeing him so clearly? It's Free Tattoo Guy. Okay, Lois, thank you very much. Okay, our mods are amazing because I literally just threw this at them and didn't give them any advice or point or warning.
Yeah.
34905 is where we're going to on this next one. We're going to jump to a court case that Josh recommended. And Josh is always good at that. So 349.
Next.
Judge, if I may have a moment, I need to speak to Bryce Brewer. So if we want to continue on to Miss Espy.
Tiffany Dawn Espy.
We'll come back to this court another time. We'll bail on that one. We're going to go to this one, which we have all queued up and ready to go.
Yes, Judge. The previous prosecutor and I were close in negotiations regarding a resolution for Miss Espy's case.
This one. Sorry. I'm like, why is that one happening? We need this court. Might have to work on the audio. It sounds terrible. Oh, this is Minecraft.
All right. As I indicated before our break, the next step in the trial is that each side will make or be given an opportunity to make what we call opening statements. Let me remind you once again that what the attorneys say is not evidence, but opening statements are an opportunity for each side to give you a preview of what they expect the evidence will be. The state of Ohio gets the opportunity to go first, and the defendant, if she desires, gets to make an opening statement as well. So for the state of Ohio, Ms. Gold.
Thank you, Your Honor. And before I proceed, I would move for a separation of witnesses.
The court will grant that motion if there's anyone in the courtroom, which there is not at this point, but anyone who plans on testifying as a witness will not be permitted to be in the courtroom until they've provided their testimony aside from the state's representative and the defendant if she chooses to testify. So that'll be ordered.
And I would move to incorporate the indictment into my opening statement.
That is granted.
Thank you, Your Honor. On April 7th, 2026, Gabrielle Russo was working from home in her house in Paynesville, Lake County, Ohio. Gabrielle lives with her husband, Nicholas Tarek, and their 4-year-old son, Nico. Now, Ms. Russo was working from home at her desk in the family's living room. She finished a meeting, she closed her laptop, she looked up, and she saw a stranger standing in her living room. That woman was later identified as the defendant, Christina Johnson. Ms. Russo is going to explain to you that in order to gain entry to the family's living room, the defendant would have had to open a first door to the family's house, a second wooden door, walk through a foyer area, and then open a third door. Ms. Russo will also explain to you that the family's house is old, over 100 years old. Because of this, it has loud doors, it has loud creaky floors, and whenever she's in the living room of her home, when someone walks in through the entryway, she is able to hear it. Even when someone as light as her 4-year-old son walks into their house, the wooden creaking announces his presence. Now, Ms. Russo is going to explain that, in part, she was so shocked to see someone standing there because of the stealth, because she had not heard any noises.
Please stay at the
So
mic.
Ms. Russo alerted her husband, who was upstairs with her son, to what had just happened. And when the defendant and Ms. Russo saw each other, the defendant said, "Shit, I'm in the wrong house," and she left. Now, Nicholas Tarek, Ms. Russo's husband, went outside. He confronted the defendant. The defendant told Mr. Tarek that this is Theodore's house, that he needs to pack up his stuff, and that Mr. Tarek needs to leave. Ms. Russo called the police. This interaction was also observed by Ashley Wayman, a United States Postal Service mail carrier who was delivering mail to the residents of Fogue Streets at the time that this altercation took place. The interaction was also recorded on an Arlo security camera located on the house of the neighbors who live across from Gabrielle and Nick.
Arlo, not a sponsor.
Now, after the police were called, Detective Mahalik with the Painesville Police Department was able to look at PICS cameras, or city cameras in Painesville that capture public roadways. And from looking at this video, he was able to find footage of the defendant leaving the area of Gabrielle and Nick's house. He was able to take a photo of what the defendant looks like so that he could circulate it to other officers in Painesville who were on duty. Once she received this photo, Patrolman Taylor Krugel was actually able to locate the defendant. When she found her, the defendant was off of another street in Painesville, Blair Street, above Grand River by where the cliffs are. Patrolman Krugel brought the defendant back to her police car where she had the opportunity to conduct a short interview with her, which is recorded on dash cam and which you will have the opportunity to view during this trial. So the state of Ohio has charged the defendant with trespass into a habitation where a person is present or likely to be present, because that is exactly what she did. We expect to prove this case to you beyond a reasonable doubt, and at the conclusion of trial, we'll come back before you and ask you to find the defendant guilty. Thank you.
Please stay at the mics.
Speaker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you've been advised through the voir dire process, this isn't going to be a very long trial. Will be done today or tomorrow. I'm going to ask that you pay particular attention to the jury instructions regarding this offense, trespass in habitation. Judge Cloud will read it to you. You'll be given a copy. I think if you look at that carefully, given the facts of this case, you will not find Ms. Johnson guilty, and I don't think the state can meet their burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, statement calls first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call Gabrielle Russo.
Come on up, Gabby. Gabby's going to be right there, so I'm going to move to the top corner. This audio system cranks the volume on the static when no one's talking into microphones, so I'm sorry about that. For being a one-camera court watch, it's a pretty good angle. We've been this courtroom before, though. We've visited previously. There she is.
Come up here. I'm going to stop you right there for a second, have you raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, give a seat there. That's on wheels, so be careful. And then just speak in the microphone, keep your voice up loud enough so we all can hear you.
Okay. Okay.
Spell whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Gabrielle Russo, Russo.
Where do you live?
577 Phoebe Street.
We don't need anything more than that.
Correct.
Who lives there with you?
It's me, my fiance Nicholas, and then my son
And I.
Nico, and then we have our daughters every other weekend.
How old is Nico?
Nico's 4, just turned.
When back in April, was he 3?
Yes.
Do you have any pets?
Lots.
How many?
4 cats.
4 cats, okay.
Oh.
What do you do for a living?
I work at Infinity Title. It's a real estate title company.
What's your work schedule?
Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 5, but I usually work till about 7.
Okay. Do you have any work from home availability?
Yes.
What is your work from home schedule?
So on Tuesdays, I work from home all day because my son has occupational therapy on Tuesdays, and it's easier to have the whole day with him leading up to therapy.
So you have to take him to that occupational therapy appointment on Tuesdays?
Yes.
So you work from home?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. It's going to come up on that screen in front of you.
Okay.
Just going to make it fake your screen a little bit better here.
Trying to mute some of the fuzz frequencies, but it's white noise, so it's tough.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
The little red pin is where I live.
Is it a map of your neighborhood?
It is.
Does it fairly and accurately depict your neighborhood?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would ask for permission to admit and publish State's Exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
I'll admit one and we can publish that.
I'm going to hand you a pointer.
A pointer stick or a pointer?
Pictured on this map?
Steve,
Yes.
you have the pointer?
No, she has her kit
I
caboodle.
have the pointer.
You have one? Okay.
The lawyer brought her kit caboodle, so it's...
And you indicated that red flag.
Yep.
Watch where you point this.
Could you show us on the map where your house is?
Right there.
Okay, and just for the record, you're indicating near
Middle
that green,
center.
or near that red flag.
Yes.
Is Blair Street shown on this map?
I don't believe. Oh, yes, it is. I don't know the street by heart there, but it's right there.
But your street is Phoebe Street?
My street's Phobes, yes.
Thank you. Can you describe your house?
It is over 100 years old. It's yellow and blue. It is a colonial style home.
Is it 2 floors?
2 floors, and we have like half an attic and then a basement.
Got you. Is there a porch?
There is a porch.
High
Is it
ceilings,
screened in? Is it open air?
Open.
It's open air.
colonial style. They're not
Are there
screened in.
steps to get up onto the porch?
Yes.
And then how do you enter your house?
So
Through
you
the
go
door.
up the first few steps to the porch. You have a glass door that opens, and then you have the wood door that has the deadbolt. We unlock the deadbolt, push the door open, walk in, and then there's a second door to push in to get into the living room.
So when you say walk in, what are you walking into?
It's kind of like
foyer.
a shoe room.
Like a mud room or
Mud
a
room.
foyer?
Yeah.
Foyer.
And you keep shoes?
Shoes, coats, umbrellas. Sometimes if somebody steps in something, it stays outside that first door.
Stuff you don't want to bring into your house?
Yeah.
Into the living area of your house? I should
Yes.
say. And then there's another door to get into your living room?
Correct.
And is that also a wooden door?
Yes.
And do all these doors have locks?
The glass door going into the house has a lock, and then the deadbolt on the main wood door has a lock. The wood door going into the living room does not have a lock.
Okay. And you mentioned your house is over 100 years old?
Correct.
Does it have any quirks?
Yes.
Lots of them.
Can you describe them?
They do.
You can't move without it being very loud. We live right next to the train track. which the vibration kind of settled the house a little bit. So there's some dips and valleys, and the doors creak, the doorknobs kind of jiggle and squeak. They have we actually have all the skeleton keys for all those old doors.
Whoa.
Which is
I
why
have
it
none
has
of
not
mine.
been changed, because I like them. But it's a very noisy old house.
She's speaking my language.
When you're working from home, where is your workspace located?
So if you walk in to my living room from that front door, it's about 45 degrees to the left, and then it's right in the cove next to the banister that goes upstairs. But my back is to the front door.
And about how far would you estimate it is from the front door?
To 12, 15 feet.
When people visit you or come into your house, do you hear them before?
Yes.
They don't need to announce themselves. You usually hear the floors creaking.
Well, I hear the footstep coming up the porch.
Okay.
It's a very like hollow thud sound.
Oh, we've got a
Do you have
what is it,
any other
folio
audio
artist.
indicators that someone is coming into the house?
If you open that front glass door, it catches a little bit.
On the ground or the floor?
I'm trying to think of what that thing's called.
Some part of the lock mechanism?
I guess, yes.
Okay.
It's the what clicks into place to keep the door shut.
Gotcha.
What the heck is that called?
We'll never know. The latch.
But that can be noisy?
That can be noisy. And then when you open the front wood door, there is a specific spot on the floor where there is a really long scrape, because since the house is settling, the door kind of gets stuck and you got to really push it the full way open.
And to the best of your knowledge, has anyone named Theodore ever owned your home?
Nope.
I'm going to turn
What
your
about
attention
Teddy?
to April 7th, 2026. Were you working from home that day?
I was.
How did that day begin?
All three of us, me, my fiance, and my son, went to urgent care. We all had sinus infections, and the boys had ear infections. So we were all home from work that day because we were all sick.
Expensive morning.
And at this point, Nico, your son, was 3 years old?
Yes.
So after your family trip to the urgent care, you returned back home?
Yes.
What happened next?
I clocked in for my shift. The boys went upstairs. Nico had his toys and his show and everything because the bedrooms are upstairs. And then Nick was upstairs folding laundry. He was doing a lot of the laundry that day while I was working because I can't really take off.
And you were working from home that day?
Mm-hmm.
And at any point during your workday, did something notable happen?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time?
1 p.m.
What happened?
I had just gotten out of a work Zoom meeting, so I didn't have any sort of music or anything playing. And I'm sitting at my desk, and I kind of hear the door pop open. And I turned to look, and I did see that there was a gap about this big, going like from the door that leads into the living room from the mudroom. And sometimes if the wind blows, it'll push the door open, whatever. But my cat actually went up to it and acknowledged it and made a noise. He murked. And normally he murked. He was like, meh.
Okay.
And generally, like if it's
This
a
case
family
has been
member,
worth it,
he'll
just from
start screaming. He knows you. He's gonna be loud. He's gonna yell at you. He's gonna announce his presence essentially. And so I kind of get sucked into my work. So I was like, okay, the door popped open. Maybe it's Nick coming back inside, because I thought maybe he went outside and I just didn't notice it because I was in the meeting.
Mm-hmm.
And I turn around, and of course Tiggs is at the door, kind of.
And is Tiggs the cat?
Tiggs is the cat. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Tigger. He is kind of at the door checking it out, and so I'm sitting in my chair, kind of still waiting for something to happen. Either the door pops open more, or Tiggs kind of walks away and is like uninterested, essentially. But he was still at attention at the door. So I stood up and I walked towards we still had our Christmas tree up. We lost our ornaments, so we kept it up extra long this year. I walked towards the edge of the Christmas tree, and someone I did not know was in my home.
Okay. About how far into your home was that person?
Hand on doorknob to go, like the door going into the living room.
Mm-hmm.
Inside. I mean, the door was. We didn't lock it when we got home, which is our bad. but we had just gotten home from urgent care. All of us are sick. I'm so like sucked into work. And then at the time we had the basement boarded off because we have 4 cats, but they just started not to get along. So we have them separated, and we didn't have a door at the basement steps yet. So to get to the basement to do our laundry, we'd walk out the front door, around to the side door of the house, and go down the stairs from the side door to do our laundry, which is also why that was unlocked.
Okay. So you look up and you see a stranger standing in your home.
Yes.
What was the gender of that stranger?
Female.
How would you describe her appearance?
That day she had a black jacket on, black pants. She had white shoes. And then she had either a plaid scarf or like a flannel underneath, and then a hat. I believe she had gloves on. I can't remember, but I feel like she had gloves on.
And do you see that individual here in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you point out where she's sitting and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yes. She is sitting over there next to that gentleman. She is in a floral shirt. I can't really see that far. I'm so sorry.
No balaclava.
But she's got her hair up in a
the
bun.
record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Record may so reflect.
So you mentioned that the defendant had her hand on your doorknob.
Yes.
Were her feet inside your living room?
Yes.
So what did you do once you saw her?
Well, I did the stereotypical hello, because I thought maybe it was my mother-in-law stopping by or somebody, but normally there's a knock, there's a hey, anybody there, da-da-da. And I got to the edge of the Christmas tree, and she goes, oh shit, I'm in the wrong house. Pardon my language. And she books it out the front door.
You had no other communication with her at that point?
No, I followed slowly behind her, and I locked the front door, and I went and I sat back at my desk because I was like, I was processing. I couldn't believe that had just happened.
Okay. Prior to her entering your home, did you hear knocking at the door?
No.
Did a doorbell ring?
Nope.
Did anyone announce their presence in your home?
No.
Okay. What did you do next?
I contemplated, because I didn't want to make it a bigger thing than it was. My fiance was upstairs again, handling the laundry. So I called him down, and he's like, well, what's going on? And I said, no, I need you to come down here because my son was upstairs and I didn't want to scare him. So Nick came down, and I looked at him and I said, some woman was just in our house. And he said, what do you mean some woman was in our house? I'm like, she came in. She said, oh shit, I'm in the wrong house. And she ran out the front door. So immediately he's getting shoes on and everything. And I said, do I need to call the police? He says, yes. So I called the police.
Police. Okay. How were you feeling after this incident?
I was in shock, essentially. I never had that happen. And this is our first time being homeowners, essentially. Like, we've always been like an apartment sort of thing. So me being alone on the first floor, having not heard anything, it was scary to me because I don't know intentions. I don't know. And my son's upstairs. And if he was downstairs with me, I don't know what. I don't know.
So you mentioned you called 911. Did
Yes.
the police eventually arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak with an officer?
Yes.
Did you let her take photographs of your home?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2A through F. Now, Miss Gold is going to scroll through these photographs for you.
Okay.
Did you recognize those photographs?
Yes, it's my home.
Okay. Do they fairly and accurately depict your house on April 7th, 2026?
Yeah.
Your Honor, permission to admit and publish State's Exhibit A through F.
Any objection?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
State's Exhibit 2A through F will be admitted and may be published at this time.
So starting with State's Exhibit 2A, is this your house?
It is.
And do you still have that pointer up there with you?
I do.
And do we see the steps to go into that lead up to the porch? Okay. And
Right there.
what else do we see in this image?
Just the front door right there. The front glass door with the wood main door that has the deadbolt.
And over to the right-hand side of that image, is there a vehicle?
Yes, there is.
Were there vehicles in your driveway?
Yes.
Do you remember how many were in your driveway that day?
I believe 3 were in the driveway to the right of the house, and then we have a paved driveway in front of our garage that had 1 other vehicle in it.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 2B. What's depicted in this image?
That is my front door with my welcome-ish mat, and then the sign in the door says "Do not disturb."
So here we see both that glass door and then the wood door.
Yes.
Beyond. Okay. Moving on to State's Exhibit 2C. Do we have a better image of that "Do not disturb" sign?
Yes.
And why do you have that sign?
When my son is in school, I work from home in the mornings, Monday through Thursday. So I'm alone from that time, and I don't feel comfortable answering the door when I am the only one home. I feel better when my fiance is home. So to discourage any sort of solicitors or anything, that's the sign. They ignore it, but it's a sign.
Do we see any marks in that wooden floor that you spoke about earlier?
Yes, do you need me to point it with the...
Yes, would you?
Yep. Right there is the beginning of the scuff to where the door catches, and it goes back to here. And that's where it's a very clear wood on wood scuff. You have to kind of...
You hear that when it happens?
Yeah.
Did you hear that on this occasion?
No.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 2D. So is this the mudroom or foyer we keep talking about?
Yes.
It looks like a coat. Or we see the little arm of a coat hanging to the left-hand side, maybe a bench.
Yes, there's a coat rack with a little bench there.
And what is that door?
That door goes into our living room.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 2E. What does this depict?
That shows the first little bit of my living room.
I see the Christmas tree.
And is that a couch that's right inside the doorway?
Correct.
And is that the door now that you said the defendant had her hand on?
Yes.
So where was she standing in this picture? Could you show us with the laser pointer?
Right in the threshold, not in the threshold, right outside of the threshold next to the couch. Right there.
And is that the Christmas tree that you spoke of?
Yes.
Moving on to State's Exhibit 2F.
When did this happen?
Is that you in this photograph?
Yep.
And is that the same couch that we saw in the previous image?
That is.
And is your desk, your workstation included in this image?
Yes.
Could you please point that out with your pointer?
Yep, it's right here.
And that's where you were sitting?
That's
when...
where I was sitting, yes.
One moment.
Happened in April. That's beautiful. I love it. Christmas tree still up.
Going back to State's Exhibit 2B, so this is your porch, correct?
Correct.
And you're able to hear people when they walk on that porch
Yes.
typically? Did you hear anybody on this date, on April 7th, 2026?
No.
Judge says, can you turn the lights off? Because we need some mood lighting
Did you
in
invite
here.
the defendant into your home on this day?
No.
Was this woman allowed to be in your house?
No.
Do you let strangers come into your phone and use your cell phone?
No.
Your landline?
No. Don't have one.
Your purse?
How has this experience impacted your life?
I already have a sleep issue, and it's just kind of gotten worse. At night, I double to triple check the locks to make sure everything's locked up. Windows, doors, all of it. Make sure all the vehicles are locked. It's just giving me a lot of anxiety. Having to feel unsafe in my own home, essentially.
Thank you. One moment.
Are their court recorder's shoes really
Nothing further.
black?
Thank you. Mr. Fatiga, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Russo.
Hi.
I want to call your attention to April 7th. You said you were in the living room.
Correct.
Nico was upstairs.
Correct.
The cats were in 4 separate rooms in the house, was the impression I got.
So we have 2 cats that free roam the whole house, and then we have 2 cats that are strictly in the basement.
Okay.
So we had 2 cats roaming the first floor.
And the laundry, I got the impression, was in the basement.
Laundry's in the basement, that's correct.
Yeah, and your fiance was doing laundry at the time.
Correct.
Does that generate any sounds that you can hear?
It does,
Either
but
the washer or the dryer?
yes,
And if I understood you correctly, you work from home, you're interacting with other people on Zoom?
not always. It's I'm data entry, so it's just it was a monthly meeting that day. So
Okay. And what time was that monthly meeting?
it started at 11:30.
Okay. And even if you're not in a monthly meeting, you're doing data entry, that's consuming your attention. Is that fair to say?
It's fair. Yes.
Okay.
I think the defendant needs to testify on this one.
Now, you indicated that the house creaks.
It does.
Okay. And you're saying that it creaks every time?
It creaks every
You've
time.
never heard anybody go in where it didn't creak?
Correct.
But on this occasion, it didn't creak?
I didn't hear anything.
And you were done with your Zoom call?
Yes, I had just gotten done with the Zoom call.
Okay. And you got done with the Zoom call, you turned around, and you're saying Ms. Johnson had her hand on the doorknob?
It wasn't that close, time-wise. I finished the Zoom call. I had just shut down all of my headphones and everything for the Zoom call. And then that's when I heard the door. I heard the door to the living room pop open.
Okay, so you did hear the door?
I heard that.
Okay.
And I turned around and I looked, but I didn't see.
All right. Now we just hearing about headphones. Focused on the noise. So if you were wearing headphones?
I was not wearing headphones at that point. No.
Took them off.
I did. That's why I said I took them off. I had them off after the Zoom appointment.
Okay,
The Zoom
they
meeting.
were on for the Zoom call.
They were on for the Zoom call.
Okay.
Because
You
I
took
live
them off
next to a train
afterwards.
track.
Pardon?
So I live next to a train track, so I had them on for the Zoom call, but I took them out the second the Zoom was done.
Any trains going?
Not then, no.
If I understood your testimony, there's 4 cars at the residence
Yes.
when this happened? 3 in
Yes.
the driveway? Where was the 4th car?
I believe in the driveway in front of the garage.
Okay. If I could have just one moment, Your Honor? Sure. Nothing further, thank you.
Redirect examination, Ms. Bell.
Thank you, Your Honor, just briefly. What did you hear first? The door pop open or your cat make his murp sound?
The door pop open.
And about how soon after did the cat make his sound?
He walked right up to it within 20 seconds.
So it's as if he heard the door as well?
Yep.
Nothing further.
Any recross examination?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take lunch break at this time. Please remember the admonitions that I gave you at the very beginning. Don't talk about the case with each other, with anyone else. Please don't let anyone talk about it with you or in your presence. Investigating the case or doing any research involved with anything in this matter. So we'll take about an hour, 5 minutes or so for lunch. Get back at 1:15, and when everybody's back, we'll get started. So there's a diagram in the jury room there. It gives you all the local restaurants around here. If you want to bring something back, you're more than happy to eat in the jury room.
Bring some for the judge, too.
To eat in the jury room if you'd like. I think that covers it. So have a good lunch. We'll see you back after about an hour. All rise.
This is why we have pixelated the bottom half of the screen. We're gonna zip ahead really briefly here once the jury's out. Tony, welcome as an attorney. Thank you, my friend, for your support.
All right, for the record, I just provided a draft of proposed jury instructions the court has come up with. So take a look at those, get a chance. So
they're good, Judge.
Discuss those before the conclusion of the case. All right. Anything else for the record?
Nothing from the state.
No, thank you. All right, see you back.
Okay, so as I fast forward here, I want to share something with you. Before I moved out west, I had someone reach out to me many years ago when they knew I was interested in metal detecting, and they wanted to know if I had a waterproof metal detector, if I could actually detect things underground. Let's see, I think that's it. Hang on, right here. And I do. I happen to have detectors that work underwater. And they told me what had happened. A man and a woman engaged to be married were enjoying a day recreating up on a reservoir with friends. Had a fair amount of money. Man and woman are engaged to be married. I need to pause this for just a second. Okay, pause. Don't go anywhere. The man and the woman are engaged to be married, and they're enjoying this time out on the lake with some other boats. They've sort of tied off together in a certain area that's sort of protected from some of the waves in the rest of the reservoir. Said woman spends time speaking with other man, not this first man. The first man is upset about it, and an argument ensues about the amount of time and attention paid to a different man on this party. The woman gets mad and decides that although they are engaged to be married, maybe marriage is not right for them. And she pulls off her hand an $80,000 ring, a diamond ring, that is just, I don't know why you would wear this at the lake ever, but she takes it and she throws it at the feet of her fiance. He's standing on a deck portion of the boat. It bounces off the boat and goes in the water. It was insured, and eventually the purchaser was made whole by an insurance company, and the insurance company wrote it off. I tell you this why. That reservoir and that area of the reservoir has been covered with water from the day I heard that story till now. This summer, the reservoir is going to be drained to allow for the creation or the building of a 36-inch pipeline, which will go across the bottom of that reservoir. And this coincides with the lowest ever water year on snow record on record. And they're draining it. So it's dry, it'll be drained further, and it's during the summer. And I don't know if anybody else knows about it or is even thinking about it. But road trip with a metal detector? How long ago was this? Oh my goodness. 15 years? It's a long time. It's a long, long time. Now they know about it. I'll tell everybody about it. That's fine. I'm probably it's a massive ring with massive gemstones, diamonds, and it's in Utah. I'll tell you, it's in the Party Cove of Pineview Reservoir. So, if someone's interested, I'm not saying it'll be easy to find because the bottom of the reservoir is covered in silt, and this could be deep. You might need some really good equipment to get down to it. And that cove has a natural spring underneath it.
Hats, sir.
Anyway, the news story popped up. I got a feed as I'm tracking some of the news stories in Utah. I saw that on one of the sources as they were going to drain that reservoir down. I'm like, no way. I went up there. I've spent time up there. I went up, tried to get in there. It's deep water. I took a float tube in there. We checked what we could, but yeah, I'll fund the trip for a split. It would just be for fun. If I found it, the right thing to do is to call the insurance company and let them know that I found it. So, well, the problem is I don't know what insurance company it was. I'd have to do some research. And you didn't say the story of the podcast? No, I had a dull time. We'll share it in the podcast again. Maybe we'll talk about it. Anyway, we're back. I think we're back from court, or about to be. So let's jump back to right here. The judge looks like he's coming up. Is that him? No. Booking my flights to Utah right now. They already wrote. I know they wrote it off, but I'm married now. I don't believe it was a successful. I heard the story from someone who was there, not one of the two participants. So it's one step away from love random stories. Yeah. I can tell you one thing. That Party Cove, it is a party cove. It unfortunately is also a site of a lot of drinking, and there are a ton of beer caps. It's not as easy as just hunting around a barren wasteland for a gold ring. That's easy with a metal detector. But hunting through beer bottle caps for a gold ring is difficult because they sound the same. So we could all split up and cover lots of ground. It's less than 100 yards across. It's probably 75 yards by 75 yards. It's just a little nook. What's the best thing you ever found? A $5 gold coin from, what was it, 1838 or something like that. Beautiful. New Orleans mint. Gorgeous. Do you have a water? Yes, I've got a water metal detector. I have 6 detectors, and 2 of them are waterproof.
Good afternoon. Hope everyone enjoyed their lunch and ready to continue on here.
We're back.
Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Nicholas Tarek.
Comes Nick. Welcome, Nick. You're rocking the
Step right there and
goatee.
you can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. You have a seat there. It's on wheels.
All right, thank you.
Just keep your voice up loud enough for everybody to hear you.
Yes, sir. Perfect.
Ms. Gold, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Nicholas Tarek. Last name is spelled T-A-R-A-C-H.
And are you the third?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you live?
I live at 577.
Where are the other 2?
Haynesville, Lake County, Ohio.
Yes, ma'am.
And who do you live there with?
My fiance, Gabrielle Russo, and my son and my 2 girls.
Does she have a nice ring?
How old is your son?
He's 4.
And how old are your girls?
Gonna be, well, one just turned 9 and the other is gonna be 7.
What do you do for work?
I'm a man of all trades. Not too much I don't do.
What do you mean by that?
Please answer the question.
Do a little bit of everything. Interior, exterior home remodeling, yard work. I mean, anything I can find to do. I mean, there's not too much I don't touch
You
or
wear
do.
multiple hats.
And the house that you live in on Fogue Street, is it an old house?
Yes, ma'am.
And because it's an old house, would you say it makes loud noises?
Oh, yes.
And what do you mean by that?
Well, if you walk through the house, you hear every floor creak. You walk onto the front stairs in the house, you can hear every noise coming up the stairs.
Don't forget the
Every
ghosts.
door you open has like an unlevel to it to where it'll close on its own, and you hear noises like that, the creaking from the door hinges.
Ghosts.
It's just an old house.
If you are in the living room of your house and someone enters, what sounds do you generally hear?
So first you'll hear it's like a walking creak like you would hear if you walk across hardwood floor when you walk up our first 2 stairs, and then you'll
Any
hear
horror
the
movie sound effects.
2.5, 3 foot that walks to the door. You'll hear our glass door open because it's just unlevel and it's real noisy when it opens. Our wood doors when you walk into our house, you'll hear the first door slides, and about, I want to say a little bit more than halfway, there's a notch in the floor, so it stops. So you hear like a and then when you walk through our third door of the house, you always hear the glass door suction closed, because on the house, the door isn't completely built right, so it doesn't shut completely unless you close the glass door. So every time you open the house, it gets a suction, and the glass door just shuts and slams. So you hear like a every time you walk in the house.
Now I'm going to direct your attention to April 7th, 2026. Were you home that day?
Yes, I was.
And what was your family doing that day?
My wife, well, fiance, was working. She was on her computer. My son was on the second floor in his room, and I was back and forth from outside to our basement doing laundry, and then all over the house. We were just getting stuff done while she was at work.
Now, to do laundry in your basement, do you have to physically exit your house and go outside to enter the basement?
Yes. So in our house, we had to block off our kitchen, the kitchen doorway that goes to the basement, because we had 2 cats that peed in the house. And I can't get rid of animals. I love them too much. I kind of like work with them and try to figure them out. So we put the 2 cats in the basement and blocked off the doorway. So to get to the basement, you have to now go through the front door and then around the house to the side to get to the side door to go to the basement. So in that time being when this happened, that was blocked off.
So on April 7th, 2026, you said you were doing laundry. When you came back into the main house from doing laundry, did you close all 3 doors you just spoke of?
Yes, ma'am. So on the doors outside, with, like I was saying, with the front glass door and the outside screen door for the side door, they weren't put in right, so they don't completely shut. So you have to put a hand on it or put a foot on it to shut it or close it behind you. So when I was working that day right before everything happened, I ended up dropping a few clothes on the ground because I'm trying to fumble the basket and get through the door. So I ended up dropping clothes and turned around and kicked the door because I was mad, and it completely shut, and picked up the clothes and went inside. So I know I completely shut the doors when I went in.
Did you lock the doors?
No, because I was in and out
You
too
got mad
frequent.
at the
I didn't
door.
want to lock it and then unlock it and lock it and unlock it carrying clothes.
And when you were back upstairs from doing laundry, did anything going on downstairs catch your attention?
Nothing caught my attention until my fiance yelled up the stairs that someone entered her house. At that point, I was just doing my thing and doing laundry upstairs, paying attention to Nico. His show's going, so it's loud upstairs on the second floor.
Had you been the last person to enter your family's home prior to being notified
Yes,
that
ma'am.
this woman had entered? Okay.
Yes.
And what did you do after your wife alerted you to this?
Once she alerted me, I was obviously not clothed. I was in boxers because it was hot in the house. Came
And you were washing
downstairs,
the
put
other
my head
clothes.
around the corner. She said a female just entered our house. And I said, okay, what do you mean? She said, I don't know who it was, but someone just walked into our living room. And I said, okay, let me go upstairs. So I ran upstairs, not even 2 seconds, threw basketball shorts on and a t-shirt, and I looked out my window. When I looked out the window, at the point, I just knew a female entered our house. I looked out the window to see a female doing a 45 walk across the tracks back and forth. And I'm like, ooh,
What's a
that's
45?
weird, okay.
Describe what you mean when you said 45 walk.
Like a fast-paced walk back and forth across the train tracks at a 45-degree angle.
Oh, 45-degree angle.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. Okay.
Why the
So
45
Ask the
degree?
next question.
Mr. Tarek, I'm going to show you, in your honor, permission to publish what has already been admitted into evidence in
Sure.
State's Exhibit 1. I'm going to put up a map. Is the pointer still up at the witness stand? Do you see a pointer up there, Mr. Tarek?
You gave it to the last
Yes.
witness.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to use that pointer and looking up at the map on the big screen.
Okay.
Don't point it in your face. Don't point it in your face.
How do you
Will you?
put the pointer?
Oh, don't, no,
It should
not in
be
the
a-
eyes. No.
Okay, I got it. Okay, I got the pointer.
Will you please point out where your home is?
My house is here, our first driveway here is by the house. Our second driveway is right here at my garage.
Where's
And
the
you're
third
pointing
one?
in the area of that red marker?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you say you looked out your window and you see someone pacing, can you
Yes.
show
So
us the area?
our window is on the far side of the house, closest to the tracks. And at the time, we didn't really have leaves on the trees, so there was nothing blocking my vision to the tracks.
Georgia Mimi.
So I look out the window on the far side of the house, and she was
Okay.
going here, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, just walking back and forth. And
And why is it that you believe that this person you saw walking back and forth was the person who'd entered your house?
well, when I looked out, she was real, you could tell she was frantic, like something just happened. She's rubbing her head, just angrily walking back and forth, like something just happened.
What did
So it
you do
must have been
next?
I walked out the front door and made contact with the female, and I just asked her politely, ma'am, you just entered my home. Can you please come here and have a conversation with me?
And how did she respond?
At first, she was really apologetic, like, sorry, I didn't mean to, and then it turned.
What do you mean it turned?
Well, she started to say it was someone else's house, and I didn't live there, and I need to, sorry for my language, but I needed to pack my shit and get the F out of my house because the cops were on their way.
You've been
And
warned.
when she said that, I kind of didn't try to, but I went towards my anger because you just entered my house with my kids and my family, and I tried to be polite, to call you over to just have a conversation. I would have just been like, ma'am, it's okay, made a mistake, go on your way. But as she flipped and started to say, get my stuff out, the cops are on the way, it's not your house, it's someone else's, and then screaming and yelling at me, I went off and I said, all right, ma'am, that's fine. If this is how we're gonna do it, the cops are on their way. And believe it or not, they're gonna be here faster than you think. And she started to rub her head again and get all frustrated walking back and forth, because at this point, I'm at, can we have that picture pop back up? For reference of where I'm at to where she's at?
I'm calling for a photo.
And this is State's Exhibit
Forget the
1.
question and answer. He's in the
Thank
middle
you.
of a presentation here. Please advance the slide. This is the guy who was mad and just kicked the door.
So I came out the front door of my house, which
Kicking
is
it.
right here. She came walking from over here back down the road, and this is where I seen her about right here, and I yelled from my driveway here to here, and she started to walk down our street here. This is where she was apologetic and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. And I said, okay, that's fine, let's just have a conversation. And she did, I don't know why, but it flipped. So she went from middle of the street to in front of my neighbor's house where the Ring camera caught the video.
We have
as
video.
I'm talking to her from the center of my house, in between the garage and the house, from my sidewalk. The mail lady is walking across and down doing her shift. So I'm
Shift.
talking to her from
Shift.
here. And as she starts to get aggravated, I walk towards her to have a conversation and just be like, ma'am, calm down. This isn't like this serious. I don't know what is
a
going on.
Wendy's.
And she just wouldn't calm down, wouldn't stop. So she turned around and walked down our street, completely down the street. And I followed her on my side of the street, on the sidewalk, down. She's walking down here. She crossed the street here,
That would be Erie Street.
Erie Street or 20. I crossed the street after she crossed the street and went behind the neighbor's garage here. When she did, I knocked on the man's door, got his attention, let him know that a woman just entered my house. I'm just letting you know that there is going to be cops in your yard. I don't want to be disrespectful, but this is what just happened. He calmly came out, had a conversation, and 2 seconds later, Painesville PD showed up.
2 seconds.
Now, you mentioned surveillance video. Are you aware that your neighbors across the street had an Arlo video system that was recording this interaction?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you had the opportunity to review that video,
I have not, no.
did
You wanna watch it?
See the video perhaps
Yes,
last
I
week?
seen the video,
Okay.
yes.
And was it a fair and accurate depiction of the events as they
Yes, it
happened?
was.
Your Honor,
Can you
permission
zoom in
to
on your
admit
phones?
into evidence and publish State's Exhibit 3.
Any objection, Mr. Fatika?
No, Your Honor.
All right, 3 will be admitted. We'll publish it to the jury at this time.
So the video is paused at 3 seconds. Mr. Tarek, do you see your house in this video?
Yes, ma'am. It's the yellow house with the yellow garage.
Do you see yourself in this video?
I am standing on the
Do you have the
stairs.
pointer still?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Yes. So, my house is here. I am standing right here.
And do you see the woman who you were speaking with?
Yes, she is here at this moment. There's Theodore.
I'm gonna play it again because the sound quality is not great and there wasn't much we could.
I can fix it.
Hang on 1 second.
Okay.
Judge is cranking the volume.
All right, it's gonna go. Go ahead.
So because it was a little difficult to hear in this video, what did the defendant say to you?
She was telling me that it was, I forget his name already, but it was Theodore's, I believe it was, Theodore's house, and that I needed to pack my shit and get out, that the cops were on their way.
And do you see the woman who you had this confrontation with in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Please point to her and identify her by an article of clothing.
She's wearing a black and white top. She's sitting to my left.
May the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
Record may so reflect.
You have to point.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Seek the cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Regina, thanks for the gifted memberships.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
On April 7th, my understanding is that you, your fiance, and Nico were home?
Yes.
Okay, you mentioned 2 daughters, but they weren't there.
No, but they do live with us. That's all I was saying. Is that
No,
the kids-
but they weren't there at the time.
No.
Okay. And as I'm visualizing the situation based on your testimony, you never saw Miss Johnson inside the home. You came down, she was already out.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And State's Exhibit 3 that was just, that you were just shown, as you're looking at the house, you could see cars in the driveway?
Okay.
Okay. Is that your recollection that there were 3 cars in the driveway?
Well, there would have. What do you mean on that? What do you?
How many cars were in the driveway?
Well, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 vehicles, but there's 1, 2, I think 3 that were seen in the video.
How many run?
Okay. And where were the other 2?
Well, the van is parked behind the garage right now, and my dually would have been behind her car in the grass.
Okay.
At the end of the driveway.
Okay. And you mentioned Ms. Johnson was
pacing
back and forth. Okay. And she appeared to be, you said frantic, she appeared to be nervous?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like something just happened.
Right. Disheveled?
What does disheveled mean?
Something was off.
Sure.
It's a question. I don't want to.
No, you're good. She was frantic. She looked upset, like something just happened or something wrong was with her. I don't know.
Okay. And initially, she did apologize.
Initially, yes.
Okay. And when she's pacing back and forth down the tracks, she's not running away.
No.
She's just gone there.
Yeah, like she was thinking about something.
Yeah, together.
Walking back and forth.
And then you said, initially she apologized and then things took a turn.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Like I said in the beginning, I would have taken an apology. I would have been fine with an apology if she would have came up like a grown human being and had a conversation with me. She just walked into someone's house that she doesn't know and doesn't have at least 2 seconds to give you, I'm sorry, or at least go, hey, my bad. And then figure it out from there. No, she just went off the rails, and then even when the cop's there, she go ahead.
Yeah, well, she did apologize initially, right?
Go ahead.
Just so I understand you.
Yeah. Okay. First, she did.
Now you were doing laundry in the basement, so the washer and dryer was downstairs.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. And you were doing laundry throughout the course of these months?
Just one at a time.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Okay.
I apologize.
No, you were.
It was him.
Any noise generated from the washer and dryer that could be heard upstairs?
No, I have them on a pallet, and then underneath the washer and dryer, I have rubber chalks, so they don't really make too much noise. No.
Okay. And
on a pallet.
as you're going back and forth, what did you notice Gabrielle doing?
Working, what she does every Tuesday while she's home.
Okay. And what does her work entail?
She's a title agent, so she does housing and building sales and transfers titles.
Okay. And does that involve being on the phone or being on Zoom?
Yeah, sometimes if she has a meeting, for sure.
And you don't know exactly what she was doing when.
Oh, I know what my fiance was doing when it all happened. Yes. I mean,
you weren't there.
I was just straight upstairs. I literally just passed her not even 5 minutes before the lady walked into our house.
Right, but at the time she is alleged to have walked in the house, you don't know what your wife was doing.
No.
I mean, she was working. I'm not denying
Yeah,
that.
sure. Yes. No.
Yes,
And
no.
when you saw her downstairs, did she have headphones on?
No.
At any point as you were going back and forth?
Well, when I came up from doing laundry, she was just taking her headphones off from a meeting.
Okay. So she did, at some point, she did have headphones on?
Yeah, like I said, if she does meetings or does have a phone call, she has to answer the call or the meeting, yes.
Okay. One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Please.
Anything else you want to ask? Smacking me? Smacking me?
Okay, look. My understanding is you have 4 cats.
Yeah, oh yeah.
2 of them were bad, they were stuck in the basement.
Mm-hmm, oh yeah.
2 of them went all over the house.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Any other pets?
At that point, no, but we've had more than that, yes.
At this time?
At this time it was just the 4 cats, yes. Sorry, I just recently lost 2 dogs, so I was trying to think of what time I just lost them.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that.
That's totally fine, thank you.
And one of the cats would, I'll say, greet people when they walk through the door.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
My boy Tiggs, anytime he hears a noise, anytime someone steps on the front, he does this like, and then he'll stare at the door.
Okay.
It's an alarm cat.
And you don't know if that happened this time, because when you came down.
Yeah, we came to that, I was upstairs, so I didn't know what was going on there.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect examination, Ms. Gould.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, sir, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Fully expecting the next witness to ask for water and a ham sandwich when they get seated at the
May I call the
table.
next witness?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Ashley Wayman.
Oh, Ashley. Is she the mail lady? I haven't had a good mail lady testimony in a while. When's the last time we've had a mail carrier testify? This might be a neighbor.
Please raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
You see, again, the chair's on wheels, so be careful there.
Thank you. Okay.
Ms. Gould, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record, spelling your last name.
Ashley Wayman, Wayman.
Where do you work?
Painesville Post Office.
And what do you do for the Painesville Post Office?
Mail carrier.
How long have you been a mail carrier?
3 years.
In addition to working for the Painesville Post Office, do you have any other employment?
I am a part-time 911 dispatcher for Mentor Police Department.
Whoa.
I own a landscaping company.
And how long have you been a dispatcher for the police department?
10 years.
On a typical day as a mail carrier, how many houses do you deliver mail to?
600 to 800.
So I'm going to direct your attention to April 7th, 2026. Were you working for the Painesville Post Office on that day?
Yes.
And what area were you delivering mail to?
East Erie, Phobes, and Painesville Township Park.
And are those streets you've mentioned in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
Yes.
And at some point during your shift, did something outside of the ordinary catch your attention?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit 3. Your Honor, may we publish?
Okay.
That's the video again. Or maybe the map. No, it's the video.
Okay, this is the Arlo security footage. This video is paused at 3 seconds. Ms. Wayman, do you see yourself in this video?
Yes.
I'm using the pointer on the desk in front of you. Will you indicate where you are?
Can I push anything?
Don't shine it in your own eyes.
Did you have blue hair at the time?
I did.
What is the address of the house you are walking up to?
570 Phobes.
And what is the address of the yellow street we see across the house?
577.
Across the street.
577 Phobes.
And in this video, and I guess in the interaction leading up to this video, what did you see that caught your attention before we start playing?
2 people yelling at each other.
What genders were those people?
A female and a male.
And what, if anything, did you hear the female saying?
That it was Theodore's house, her husband's house, and she kept repeating that over and over.
And how would you characterize the demeanor of these individuals?
She seemed very distressed.
What about the male?
He seemed upset.
Did you see the female leave to another area outside of what was depicted in this video?
Yes.
In which direction did you see the female go?
She turned the opposite direction towards East Erie and ended up, I believe, behind 820 East Erie. I did not see her beyond that home.
And did you have any interaction beyond this with the male or the female?
The male asked, "Did you see that?" And I said yes, and that was it.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Tika?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry to ruin this trial for you, but
Good afternoon.
it's
You
driving me
indicated
nuts.
on direct that Ms. Johnson seemed distressed.
Yes.
And then it looked like you dropped off the mail at the house and you continued on with your route?
Correct.
Okay. She left the other direction?
Correct.
Was she running or walking?
Walking.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Any redirect on the cross?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Statement called its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Detective Tyler Mahalik.
Stand here. You get that, Stan? Oh, I guess so.
Here comes the po-po.
Good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I do. See? Thank you. All right. Whenever you're ready, Ms. Dahl.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your last name and state your full name and spell your last name for the record?
Tyler Mahalik, last name Mehalic.
Where are you employed?
City of Painesville.
Is that in the police department?
Correct.
What's your job title?
Currently, it's detective.
Okay. What are your duties as a detective?
Instead of like responding to your day-to-day calls, we handle a lot of higher felony level crimes, such as ranging from sexual assaults to homicides. We also do a lot of follow-up for stuff that's outside of the city that a lot of patrolmen are unable to do just due to the lack of manpower in that.
What was your position prior to becoming a detective?
It was patrolman.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer?
Just over 7 years with Painesville.
How long in total?
Approximately about 8 years.
Where did you attend the police academy?
Cleveland Heights Police Academy?
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
Have you had any special training or leadership experience?
I've taken FBI leader courses, and then I've also...
What is a LEADA course?
It's basically leadership courses. A lot of times it's directed towards supervisors and chiefs. However, our department has been putting patrolmen through the course just to gain some like leadership qualities and take aspects from that in the training. So as we do, we have a young department, so as we do like just continue getting our years of experience, we can just expand upon that knowledge.
Any other special training or experience?
While I was on the road, I was a field training officer in FTO.
What does that mean to be an FTO?
You basically mentor the people that are coming into the department, whether they're lateraling in from other departments and have prior experience, and you're just acclimating them with your policies and your procedures, or you might be training somebody who's brand new out of the academy and trying to just get their feel for the job.
Like future
at the
leadership
beginning of
training?
their career.
When were you promoted to detective?
Future training leader?
That would have been March of 2026.
Turning your attention to April of 2026, April 7th specifically, were you working that day
Yes,
in your capacity as a detective?
correct.
And at some point during your shift, did you hear a call about 577 Phillips Street?
Yes.
What did you hear?
The call came over about 13, 12 hours, and it was...
What is that in
about 1:12 p.m.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
You're fine. It was for the patrol to respond to 57 Phobes for a burglary in progress.
What did you do as a result of hearing that call?
As a result of the call, the information that was provided by dispatch said that the female was leaving on foot.
And that it was a female suspect?
Correct. White female suspect
Who was
wearing
saying
a
okay?
black coat and black pants, and she was headed in a southern direction on Phobes Street towards Menor Ave or East Erie Street, Route 20. And due to us having a camera right there at that intersection,
I'm going to stop you there. What cameras are you talking about?
they're called PICS cameras for the abbreviation, but they're Painesville Intersection Crime Camera System. They are located through various intersections throughout the city. It's just to capture, they just constantly record, and it's for us to just go back and observe for whether it's incidences or any, just for gaining knowledge.
And where was one of these cameras located?
It's located technically on Blair Place and East Erie Street, which is pretty much directly across from Phobes Street.
So you looked at that camera,
Correct.
and what did you see?
As I looked through the camera, I saw a male that was standing on the corner of Phobes Street near East Erie, and he was on the phone. And then with looking at that, I believe that to be the caller that was relaying information to dispatch. I then was looking at it live at that time, and you can go to a recorded tab on the camera system, which immediately allows you to go back and look at a second from behind to 30 days plus prior. So doing that, I just backtracked like 30 seconds to like a minute, and I observed a white female with like brownish blondish hair, wearing a black jacket, black pants, white shoes, and like purplish gloves, walking directly through the intersection of East Erie from Phobes Street, headed south.
And did that female match the description you heard from dispatch?
Correct.
What did you do upon seeing that image or video?
I paused it when she was in the middle of the intersection on the cameras, and I took a screenshot and I sent that out to the patrol units to provide them with a actual like photo of the female that they were looking for.
I'm going to show you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Your Honor, permission to publish what's already been published. Do you recognize this area?
Yes.
Is this the area we've been talking about?
Correct.
So can you, there's a laser pointer in front of you, a button with a line on it. Could you indicate where that camera is?
Yes. It's like right about right here. Sorry, it's just kind of shaky.
And then what is Blair? What street is Blair?
Blair is this.
And can you indicate with that pointer how you saw the defendant crossing in that video?
Yes. So right here on Phobes coming down, the camera's right here, so you can see basically this square right here.
2 days ago.
So you can see her walking this way, and then once she walks past the camera, due to the angle, you can't see her in like where that driveway is and where Blair is when she passes that, but that's where I observed her from Phobes, walking on Phobes Street, crossing East Erie, and then I cannot see her any further.
Thank you. So you mentioned the PICS cameras. Are they motion activated or are they always recording?
Generally it's based on motion. Some just due to where they are constantly record, but I guess it could be considered just motion due to like flags and stuff that we have in the area.
Okay. Who can access that footage?
Anybody at Painesville Police Department.
Okay. Can you alter the footage?
No.
Was the footage you referenced in this case saved?
Yes,
Have you reviewed that footage?
I have.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4. It'll be in that screen in front of you.
Okay.
Do you recognize this footage?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the intersection camera. That is the apron of Foch Street, and the main street running horizontal. That would be East Erie.
And is this the footage you reviewed on April 7th?
Correct.
Does it fairly and accurately depict that intersection?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to admit and publish State's Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
4 will be admitted. Give me 1 second.
And for the record, we're going to start playing this video at 3 minutes and 35 seconds.
All right.
That's a pretty good video. Do we have audio too? All right, here we go. Jaywalking, kitty corner, across the street.
Is that the woman that matched the description from dispatch?
Correct.
Is she wearing the same shirt she was wearing on that day?
And is that man in the top left corner who you suspected to be the 911 caller?
Yes.
You can pause it. And you mentioned you took a still image from this video, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 5.
I think she's wearing the same shirt.
Do you recognize this image?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the image that I screenshotted and then sent out to the patrol units.
Okay. Does it fairly and accurately represent the image that you saw on April 7th?
Yes.
Your Honor, permission to admit and publish State's Exhibit 5.
Objection?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
5 will be admitted.
So you sent this image out to the patrol officers?
Correct.
And what did you do after you did that?
After I did that, I did respond to the area.
You respond to the area of 577 Phobes?
Yes, I responded to Blair. I parked on Blair Place.
And why is that?
That was the last known direction that she was observed, and the patrol units were already in the area directly behind like those houses, searching in that like wooded area behind.
Okay. So other units responded?
Correct.
Who else responded to that area of Blair?
It would have been specifically to the area that I was with. That would have been Patrolman Taylor Prugel and Patrolman Chad Blowski.
Okay. Were you there when, or was the defendant located to your knowledge?
Yes.
Were you there when she was located?
I was not the one that specifically located her. That was Patrolman Taylor Prugel. I did hear her yell out, though, that she did locate her, and she was towards the edge of the cliff on a tree from what she stated.
Did you have any interaction with the defendant?
Other than just assisting
Edge of
getting
the cliff
off
on a
like
tree?
the cliff area and then walking back to the car, Taylor Prugel did the interview with the
But you
female.
did slightly interact with the defendant?
Correct.
Do you see her in the courtroom?
Yes.
Could you describe where she's sitting, or in an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's sitting right there, and she's wearing like a black and gray multicolored shirt.
Your Honor, can the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
Recommend so reflect.
And all the events we just discussed, that happened in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
Correct.
One moment. Nothing further.
Examination, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
If I understood your direct testimony, you had been a detective for about a month when this happened?
Correct.
And you indicated that as a detective, you're assigned to higher level felonies, sexual assaults?
Correct.
And you said one other thing.
Ranging from, it could be sexual assaults to homicides.
Okay. No sexual assault, no homicides here.
Involved in this case currently that we're talking about? Correct.
And this initially was a burglary investigation, but you'd agree with me, nothing was taken from the home. There's no allegation that anything was taken from the home.
As far as I know, I do not believe something was taken.
Okay. Well, if something was taken, wouldn't you know as a detective on the case?
Generally, our patrol, it's not like your general patrol that you have. They handle high-level felony cases also. So generally, with a lot of burglaries and robberies and stuff that we have, felonious assaults, patrol will handle those investigations.
Okay, and you wouldn't know the details?
It all just depends on the involvement that we get in, but if they're there doing the interviews prior to me getting there, like Patrolman Brianna Prugel, she was already done with the interview with the actual victims of the house. When I showed up, she already got the recorded statement, she already took photographs, so I didn't hear the entirety of the statement that occurred.
And you were no longer involved, right? Once your involvement was locating Ms. Johnson? Is that fair to
Correct.
say?
I simply overheard the call, and due to the fact that all the units were responding there, I figured that they might want somebody to check the cameras, and I was right there with the camera system up on my computer, so I just took the initiative and then sent out the information that I was able to locate for them.
Okay. And were you there when Ms. Johnson was apprehended? Were you physically present?
Like I said, I was in the vicinity, I would say. I was on the road of Blair when Patrolman Taylor Prugel and Patrolman Chabalowski called that she was on the cliff and that they were getting her into custody off the tree, and then I was walking out to that area, in that wooded area, and then she was taken into custody by them, and I just assisted walking her back to the car.
Okay. But she was already up?
She was already off the cliff. She was already detained at that point.
Okay. One moment, please, Your Honor. Yep. Were you ever in the home?
Yes.
Sloth Life, thank you very
Anything
much.
come to mind? Any observations you made while you were in the home that stands out?
Are you asking for like a layout of the home?
No,
or?
just in general. We saw pictures of it with another witness, but just in general, anything about the home that stood out to you?
Nothing. That it's just a house with a front porch that you walk into a little, the main door that goes into a little foyer area, and then there's a door behind it that opens up to a living room that extends all the way to the stairwell, and then that opens up into a dining room and a kitchen. But other than that, just appeared to be a regular home.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. May I sit down?
Thank you.
Christina Johnson has a prior.
Statement calls next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Patrolman Taylor Prugel.
There's a prior news story out of December the year before, just last year, where a woman breaks into a stranger's home and refuses to leave.
Raise your right hand. You swear affirm the testimony you're about to give you will be the truth, the whole truth,
This
and nothing
might
but
be
the
her
truth.
MO. Josh, thanks for that. This is a jury trial.
So, whenever you are set.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name for the record, spelling your last?
Taylor Prugel, Prugel.
Where are you employed?
Painesville Police.
What's your job title?
Patrolman.
What are your duties as a patrolman?
We respond to both routine and emergency calls. We also investigate crimes, like Detective Mahalik had stated before, and we also run traffic.
Are you assigned to a specific zone?
That day?
In general?
When we come to work, we get split into 4 different zones that we split the city in.
How long have you been a police officer?
Total 11 years.
Where did you attend the academy?
Cleveland Heights.
And what year did you graduate?
2015.
Are you a certified peace officer in the state of Ohio?
I am.
Have you had any special training or leadership experience?
Yes.
And what's that?
I've been to FBI LEOTA and was given the trilogy.
What does that mean?
It means you attended the 3 main courses for the FBI LEOTA class.
And did we hear Detective Mahalik just explain what LEOTA is?
He has the same thing, yes.
Anything else?
FOP's president.
What does that mean?
Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 90. Painesville has their own chapter.
And you're the president?
I am.
Are you a field training officer?
I am.
Okay, pause for just a second. I have to tell you this. This defendant, Christina Johnson, I believe is the name. There was a previous charge in December, just a couple months before this incident. This happened in April, where she was taken into custody and was booked into the Portage County Jail for the second time in 30 hours. I just thought that was important for you guys to know. She's no stranger to the police.
Turning your attention to April 7th, 2026, were you working that day?
I was.
What shift?
I was on day shift, 7A to 7P.
Okay. Were you assigned a specific zone?
I was assigned A zone.
Is Phobes Street in A zone?
Yes.
Welcome.
What were you driving that day?
Marked unit 735.
And how's it marked?
It says Painesville Police on the side, has a plate on the back that says the number 735.
What were you wearing?
My regular patrol gear.
It had patches and a badge?
Yes, has patches, badge.
Did your uniform come equipped with a body camera?
Does not.
Why not?
We don't have them.
Nobody in the Painesville Police Department has a body camera?
We do not.
We spent all the money on the
At some point
courtroom.
during your shift, did you respond to a call at 577 Phobes in Painesville?
I did.
And what information did you have when you responded to that call?
We responded for a burglary in progress with a white woman that was wearing a black hoodie, black pants, white shoes, and purple gloves.
Okay. Where did you respond to?
While I was en route, Detective Mahalik radioed stating that a woman matching that description was walking southbound from Phobes towards Blair.
Okay. And did you receive an image from Detective Mahalik?
Yes, but I was driving, so I did not see it right away.
So you did not respond to 577 Phobes?
I did not.
Where did you respond?
I responded across the street.
Okay.
In the house, I don't remember the number on Erie on the corner of Blair.
Who else responded to the scene?
Officer Chad Blowski was behind me and went with me. Then Officer Brianna Prugel and Officer Chapman went to 577.
Okay. And what did you see when you arrived?
I saw a male standing outside talking with another male.
Okay. Were you able to identify those individuals?
I did not speak with them. He just pointed that she went that way, pointing at a garage, pointing southbound towards the woods.
So what did you do at that point?
Officer Blosky and I started to canvass or check the area. We walked into the woods.
And is the woods that house's backyard?
Yes.
Okay. And how densely forested would you say it is?
It's very dense.
Okay.
Luckily, there wasn't much foliage on the trees, being March.
Or April?
Or April, yes. But we followed the fence line that goes next to Eckerd America. It's a factory.
Okay.
So there's no way to go that direction to the east.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1. Using that laser pointer in front of you, can you show us where you responded and then the route you took through the woods?
Yeah, so I responded right here to this driveway.
And is that house on, would its address be on East Erie or on Blair?
It's East Erie, technically, because it's facing that direction.
Okay. And then what's the path you took through the woods?
Officer Blowski and I parked right here. We walked around behind this garage and we walked along the fence line here of Eckerd America, that's the factory, to my east, to the right. And then we walked all the way through here and got to about this cliff.
That's the defendant yawning.
Okay. And what happened when you got to that cliff?
Well, we figured she could not go to the east and must have maybe gone towards the west, this direction. So we walked around and went into the backyard of this residence here. And we almost kept walking because we didn't see anyone. And then as we got to this point right here, I heard a twig snap. And I looked towards the cliff and I saw there's a small hill and then the cliff. And there was a woman holding onto a tree on the edge of the cliff.
Did that woman meet the description that you heard over dispatch?
Yeah, she was the white female with blondish hair, black hoodie, black pants, yeah.
The
Purple
photograph
gloves.
that Detective Mahalik sent out?
Yes.
What did you do next?
It's the purple
I
gloves
radioed
that
to let units know that I had her on the side of the cliff in case, while we tried to pull her up, we fell off the cliff. Everyone knew where we were.
Was she in a dangerous situation?
She was. There was a tree directly on the edge of the cliff that she was hanging onto.
Were her feet dangling from the cliff?
They're close to.
Were you able to get her from off the cliff?
Yeah, I grabbed her hand, and then I had Officer Blowski grab my other hand, and we human chain up the side of the hill.
And you were able to get her to stable ground?
Yes.
What did you do once you got her up on stable ground?
I first asked her if she needed any medical attention due to the scenario she was just in, being on the side of the cliff. She said no. I then detained her at the time and pat her down for weapons.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6.
I need to see this cliff. What's the address where I can find this on Google Earth? I don't need the full address of the house, just like a street name. And it's Paynesville?
Do you recognize this image?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the side of the cliff behind Blair.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the cliff you just spoke about?
It does.
Your Honor, permission to admit and publish State's Exhibit 6.
Any objection, Mr. Fatika?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
6 will be admitted.
So using your laser pointer, can you show us approximately where you came across the defendant?
Right in this area.
And could you estimate how far that drop would be down to the water?
I'm going to estimate 20 to 30 feet.
And is that the backyards in that
Yes.
map that we saw?
Yes.
All right. So did you mention you brought her back to your cruiser?
Yes, we walked her back down Blair to my cruiser.
That cruiser you were driving that day, is it equipped with a dash camera?
It is.
What views does the dash camera capture?
It captures inside and the front.
Does it also capture the front view? Front view?
Front view, yes.
But also your back seat?
It does.
How is that camera activated?
It either is activated automatically when we switch on our emergency lights, or we can manually turn it on by pressing the record button or pressing the mic button on our best.
Does it capture sound?
It does.
Was your dash camera working that day?
Yes.
Specifically the rear back camera view?
Yes.
Would you recognize that footage if you saw it here in court today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7.
Fun fact about that gold ring story. It's one of the few places I found a gold ring. It was up there at that reservoir, but it was a different gold ring.
Stay silent. Anything you say will be used against you.
Whoa. Hold on.
Stop that, please.
Stop it.
I don't know what you're trying to do here.
I'll just have her identify it. It just started to play automatically. Do you recognize this footage?
I do.
Do you recognize it? Sorry, how do you recognize it?
It was my vehicle.
Have you watched this dash camera prior to coming into court today?
I have.
Does it fairly and accurately represent the encounter with the defendant?
It does.
Your Honor, permission to admit and publish State's Exhibit 7.
Any objection, Mr. Fatika?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Sim will be admitted and we'll publish that at this time.
Anything you say will be used against you in court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford it, hire a lawyer won't be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you choose. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights and not answer any questions or make any statements. You understand what that means?
Yeah, what the hell is going on?
Okay. So who dropped you off today?
So I got dropped off almost 2 days ago at this place and I walked here, and I walked over there to the woods to try to settle down because just call Glen Bay, please. They just dropped me off a few days ago, either 1 to 2 days ago.
Glen Bay dropped you off?
Glen Bay dropped me off to a sober house around here. And the sober house said, no, this is for men.
What's the sober house called?
I don't know. They said, this is for men. You are at the wrong place. And they already left, and I don't have a cell phone. So please call Glen Bay, and they'll tell you the same thing, that they dropped me off. And they tell them the sober house was for men only.
And when did they drop you off?
A couple days ago.
Okay, where have you been this whole time?
I've just been in the woods, traveling through woods.
Okay.
Do you know anybody around here?
No, I do, sir. I don't have a phone. My ex broke my phone in half, Matthew Ayden. Okay? I have nothing. This is all I have. What I'm wearing, okay? So I'm scared. I don't know what to do.
So what happened today? What brought you to the street?
Literally what I just told you, ma'am. I just told you.
You've been in the woods this whole time?
Yes.
So why did we walk into someone's house?
I didn't walk into his house. I knocked on his door.
Okay. You never walked in?
No, I just knocked on the door.
And why did you knock on the door?
Because I was trying to use this on somebody's phone to call Glen Bay to tell them what they did.
Okay. So you didn't enter the house at all?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Not that you're aware of?
No, at the porch. I walked into the porch, and that's his house. I'm sorry, and then I knocked on the second door.
Okay. You don't know who lives there?
No, I just wanted to use somebody's cell phone, and he freaked out.
Okay.
So I got really scared.
Who it was, he's just
No, I just wanted to use his phone. I'm really, really freaked out. And then somebody else told me that I ran into somebody in the street that said, that's Theodore's house right there. I know that guy, Theodore. He'll let you use the phone. Just go right on in, knock on the door. Theodore will let you use his phone.
Okay.
So I really, really thought that. I'm really thirsty. I'm not on meth. Can I please wipe my mouth off?
You had no...
I've been in the woods for 2 days. I'm not on meth. Woods for 2 days. Call Glen Bay. They will tell you they dropped me off.
Don't say that. I'm asking you what happened today.
I just told you. I'll tell you again. Glen Bay, 2 days ago, dropped me off at a sober house around here. The sober house said, this is not for women. You can't be here. You have the wrong spot. I have no cell phone. So I'm walking around from house to house, and it's some nice guy said, I can't let you do that right now. I'm in a hurry. But you can go to that house. It's Theodore. He'll let you use their house phone or their cell phone.
What house?
That house down here. He pointed to that one down here. He said the fourth or the third house. So I tried both. On the left. So I tried all of them on the left.
You didn't walk into a door?
I did walk. I knocked on both doors. I walked. There's a porch. I looked in the first door. There's a porch to another door. So I knocked on that door, and nobody answered. And then when I left out of that door, when I left out of the porch in the first door, I got like 10 feet down the road, got back this way, and the guy ran out and said, what are you doing walking into my house? And I said, Theodore said I could use your phone. Do you know Theodore?
Okay.
And he said, no, what the hell are you talking about? So that's it.
So then what happened?
Then I just walked over here and tried to get some water from the lake, because look at my mouth, I'm thirsty as hell.
So you tried to go down a cliff?
Yes, to get some water. Nobody was crazy enough to let somebody that looks like me in the woods for 2 days use their phone.
Were you able to identify the defendant as Christina Johnson?
I was.
The
Do you
defendant's
see her here in the
laughing.
courtroom today?
I do.
Could you point out where she's sitting and describe an article of her clothing?
She's sitting right over there wearing a black top with white floral.
Can the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record may so reflect.
And are all the events we just discussed, did they happen in Painesville, Lake County, Ohio?
They did.
One moment.
That was the defendant that was laughing that did the
Nothing
OMG. I'm thirsty watching that.
Examinations.
Give her a drink.
Thank you, Your Honor.
But she's just volunteering. I'm not on meth. I think that might actually be the problem. That she might be. She was. This definitely seems like an addiction issue, or maybe
Good
related to
afternoon,
it.
officer.
Hello.
Did you ever go to the house in question here?
I did not.
Okay. And it's fair to say your role was in apprehension?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to either Gabriel or Nicholas?
I did not, but I spoke with the patrolman who did.
Okay. And were you at any point able to verify that Ms. Johnson was living in the woods?
I could not verify, no.
But that's what she told you?
Yes.
And how would you describe her appearance?
As in what she was wearing or how she looked?
Both.
She looked fine. She just seemed upset, like she was flustered. She didn't seem very dirty or anything.
Okay. And from the time you approached her, it seemed like she was being cooperative.
Yeah, I mean, she grabbed my hand when I told her to grab my hand.
Okay. And she gave a voluntary statement, even though you told her she didn't have to?
True, I did Mirandize her.
And you testified this, I just want to make sure. Were you asking if she needed medical attention just as a procedure, or did you see something that was an indicator to you that she needed to go to the hospital?
As procedure, but also because she was on the side of a cliff, making sure she didn't have any injuries getting down there.
One moment, Your Honor. Yep.
I can't think of anything.
Officer, you heard a reference to Glen Bay. Were you able to, at any point, were you able to verify that or not?
I did not call Glen Bay, but she did have a bracelet.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Nothing wrong.
Officer, you may return to your table. Thank you.
All right.
Statement called its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would rest.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you have just heard, the state of Ohio is rested. What that means is that the state has presented all the evidence it intends on presenting in this case. The next step in the trial is to afford the defendant an opportunity to present evidence if she desires, though she's not required or obligated to do that. But before we get to that stage, there's some legal issues I need to discuss with the lawyers outside the presence of the jury. So we'll take our afternoon break right now, and timing-wise it works out well. You'll take your break, we'll stay in here, do what we need to do, then we'll get back together. Please remember that even though the state has rested at this point, you're still not allowed to talk about the case with each other, so don't do that. Please, again, don't let anyone talk about it with you or in your presence, and no one investigating the case or researching any issues involved in this case. So we'll take a little bit of a break. It won't be real long, but I can't tell you exactly how long, depending on what we have to discuss here. And then we'll start back up. So if we file the jury room, if you want to go use the restroom or step outside for a moment, you can. But I'm going to ask that you don't wait out in the hallway. Return back to the jury room when you're done. All right.
All rise.
Okay, jury out. I'm still trying to find the cliff here. Let's see if I can. Trying to see a 3D. At the train station, where the train.
You can be seated. All right, State of Ohio is rested. Oh, we never did the stipulation. It's all right. We'll do it after. Where is it?
I have a.
Defendant is crying now.
Oh, where's the original?
I have the original.
Mary, can you put a joint exhibit? Can you stick around that? Joint exhibit. Yeah, I'll take it those down and put it on. I'll read this to the jury. All right, State of Ohio is rested. there is a stipulation that the parties entered into dealing with the authenticity of the Al Rowe security camera video. So that's what the stipulation will deal with. The court has admitted all of the state's exhibits, so I don't believe there's anything else lingering in that regard. So on behalf of the state, is there anything else you need to discuss here?
Not at this point, Your Honor. The state will be moving everything from the state drive onto the court's drive and then onto the jury drive, and I will report back about the hashing process.
Okay. Mr. Fatika, for the defense, anything you care to address at this point?
Your Honor, we would move for a dismissal pursuant to Criminal Rule 29. I don't think this meets the elements for a trespass. You need stealth or force or deception, and I don't think that the state has established that.
All right.
Well, at this point, the court is required to view all the evidence in the light most favorable to the state of Ohio. The definition of force includes any effort exerted or used by any means upon a thing to gain entrance. At minimum, there was an effort that was exerted by the defendant, and if evidence is viewed in the light most favorable to the state. And the first witness testified that she was actually inside the home. So the court's going to overrule that motion at this time. Anything else you care to discuss at this point, Mr. Fatika, for the record?
Your Honor, if I could just have a moment with...
Yeah, so my next question for you, then we're jumping ahead a little bit. Aside from possibly the defendant testifying, do you have any other testimony or evidence you intend on presenting?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so then we'll take a... well, let me ask this question then before we get to that, before we take a break. I provided a draft of the proposed jury instructions. Each of you has an opportunity to review those.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me start with the state. Any additions, deletions, corrections, errors, anything that you see in it that we need to talk about?
Not that we noticed, Your Honor.
Any additions that you care to...
I've got the cliff. I'll put the cliff on the stand
There is
just
not
a
the
second.
flight instructions. The state would ask for that. She fled down the cliff. Once the homeowner said they're calling 911, she did go towards East Erie and then flee down that cliff.
Mr. Fatika, do you care to comment on that at all?
Yeah, we would oppose a flight instruction here. The evidence was when she left the house, she was walking back and forth on the railroad track. She wasn't trying to flee. Specifically,
that was before the confrontation with the Nicholas, correct? I forget his last name.
Right.
Okay, go ahead.
The mail carrier testified that when she delivered the mail, she went one way. Ms. Johnson went the other. Wasn't running. Was walking away. I don't think flight is necessarily appropriate here.
Ms. Bell?
Thank you, Your Honor. The defendant left the scene after that confrontation with the homeowner. The homeowner mentioned that he was going to be calling the police. Only when the police is brought up is that when she felt appropriate to flee. She went through the woods to evade police capture and eventually down that cliffside to evade police capture. So the state does maintain that a flight instruction would be appropriate here.
Well, while she may have been going back and forth, that was before the confrontation with Mr. Tarek. At that point, he said he was going to call the police, and they were going to be there before she knew it, and that's when she left. I mean, in the flight instruction, the jurors are instructed that if you find the facts do not support the defendant fled the scene, or that some other motive prompted her, or you're unable to decide what the motivation was, then you should not consider this evidence. So it's not the court telling them that there is fleeing here. The court's telling them that it's up for you to decide, and if you decide that that was what she did, then you can consider it for this purpose. If you decide that's not what it was, or the state hasn't established that, then you can't consider it. So I believe there's evidence presented that could lead the jurors to believe that that's what happened here. So I'm going to instruct the jurors on that. It's going to be the last paragraph under evidence and inferences. before the next section of witness credibility. Witnesses and credibility. You care to see it, Mr. Fatigue? I can put it up here if you'd like to read it real fast.
I'm familiar with it. Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else then for the state on instructions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Fatigue,
I would just ask that you don't by objection, but I understand.
Objection on the flight instructions is definitely noted. But any other additions you'd like to, modifications, anything that you want?
No, thank you.
Verdict form is very simple. There's no additional findings, so it's just guilty or not guilty of the offense.
10-minute deliberation.
All right, then we'll take a brief break. Everyone's going to leave here so you can talk privately with your client. I'll turn the
mics off.
White noise on as well. And then let Stan know when you're done. I'll turn that off, and then we'll take 5 minutes, whatever you need. Do you need to use the restroom at all?
No.
We're going to be sitting here for probably about another hour at least afterward.
Maybe I should then.
Yeah, that's why I brought that up.
Yeah.
All right, so when they're all in the jury room, then we'll have them take her out for that. All right, just let the stand know when you're done.
All right, thank you.
Okay, while they leave, we're going to do a quick little tour. Not a 3-hour tour, but I think this is the general area. We've got train tracks, we've got little houses. This is close enough, right? We're in Plainsville. Check out this baby right down here. Look at this cliff. Holy smokes. They weren't joking when they said cliff. This is like a drop-off. This is it's a ways down to the river. Imagine back in the day, this was also the garbage dump. Hopefully not anymore, but that's substantial. I don't know if it was this point. I don't know. That might be the tree right there that she was hanging on to. Could be sort of hanging over the edge. But wow! Don't kick the ball out of the yard too hard. If you're playing down here, I mean, because the yard just drops off into the river. Whoosh, gone. I wonder how much that moves over the years. It's like a drop off. Anyway, that's the cliff. Yes, many houses are falling in. Oh my goodness, that's terrible. It's terrible. All right. Well, we're going to zoom ahead because we can. We're going to fast forward. They're taking a break. Everyone's going potty. Hang on. They came back briefly. Let's go back to that. We don't have any audio. Still no audio. Someone has to notice eventually. I think this is the colloquy with the defendant, possibly, about testifying. Don't know what she's chosen. Used to be my job to advise them about best management practices to stop that river from eating their backyard. Move would be, I would just need a fishing pole. I would so buy that house. Reeling in a fish, it would be difficult. You'd have to drag it up the cliff. Not sure what they're arguing over. Bring the jury? What? I'm going to skip ahead and hope that we get some audio. Judge, can you turn the audio on? It says we have no audio. Still no audio. Then they go on a break. and then they come back. Let's see if they put the audio back this time. Now the judge has his robe back on, so I think we're back in business here. Just a second. Wait for it. Okay, robe's back on. Judges turn to the jury. Members of the jury. He coughs, excuse me. Oh, let me hit the microphone button. Boom.
The
there
next
it is.
step in the trial is that I'm going to provide you with the final instructions of law. The parties will then provide you with their closing arguments, and then I'll give you some concluding instructions on how to conduct your deliberations. So that's what we're going to do at this time. But let me do two other things real quick. The parties in this case have entered into a stipulation regarding the Arlo camera video footage that was presented. It's State's Exhibit 3, and the stipulation means it's an agreement between the parties regarding certain evidence. And the stipulation between the defendant and the state of Ohio is that the Arlo camera video footage is authentic and admissible at trial. So they didn't have to bring in individuals to authenticate the video itself. And you still obviously watch it and determine what evidentiary value, if any, you want to give to that. But for admissibility purposes, there's no issue or argument regarding the admissibility and authenticity of the video itself. And you'll have this back in the jury room with you as joint exhibit number 1. All right, let me see counsel at sidebar real quick.
While they're doing that, sorry, let's turn that off for a second. While they're doing that, let me see if I can figure out the height of this cliff. Let's see, maybe we can measure. Let's measure a point from here. Oh, this is going to measure across the face to there. See, that's saying it's about 60 feet. But it also says that this to that is 60 feet. I don't know, does that sound right? About 60 feet? 60 to 80 feet, maybe? Officer said 20 to 30.
All right,
80
we're
to
going to get
100.
started then at this time with the final instructions. As I told you earlier this morning, the court will instruct you on the law, and I'm required to read those instructions to you at this time. You are, however, going to get them in writing. You're going to have multiple copies of them in the jury room with you. So again, I'm not expecting you to memorize these instructions, but I have to read them to you, so that's what we're going to do at this time. I'm going to put them on the screen as well, so if you want to read along with me, you can. No, you don't have to. You can sit back and just listen as well. So let's get started with that. All right, you have now heard all the evidence. The court and the jury have separate functions. The jury decides the disputed facts, and the court provides the instructions of law. It is your sworn duty to accept the instructions and to apply the law as it is given to you. You are not permitted to change the law nor to apply your own idea of what you think the law should be. A criminal case begins with the filing of an indictment. The indictment informs the defendant that she has been charged with a criminal offense. The fact that it was filed may not be considered for any other purpose. The plea of not guilty entered by the defendant to the charge is a denial of the charge and puts in issue all the essential elements of the offense. The defendant is presumed innocent until her guilt is established beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant must be acquitted unless the state produces evidence which convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of every essential element of the offense charged in the indictment. Reasonable doubt is present when the jurors, after they have carefully considered and compared all the evidence, cannot say they are firmly convinced of the truth of the charge. It is a doubt that's based on reason and common sense. Excuse me. Reasonable doubt is not mere possible doubt because everything relating to human affairs or depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof of such character that an ordinary person would be willing to rely and act upon it in the most important of the person's own affairs. Now, evidence is all the testimony received from witnesses, the exhibits admitted during the trial, any facts which the court requires you to accept as true, and any facts agreed to by counsel. An agreement or stipulation of certain facts that are agreed to be true requires no further proof by anyone. In this case, counsel for both sides have agreed upon a written stipulation, joint exhibit number 1, which concerns the authenticity of State's Exhibit 3, and the stipulation will be with you during your deliberations. Now, evidence may be direct or circumstantial, or it could be both. Direct evidence is testimony given by a witness who has seen or heard the facts to which that witness testifies. It includes exhibits admitted into evidence during the trial. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may reasonably infer other related or connected facts which naturally and logically follow according to the common experience of mankind. As an example, if you wake up in the morning and see the ground is covered in snow, that is circumstantial evidence that it snowed earlier.
Snow.
Likewise, if you see human footprints in sand, that is circumstantial evidence that someone had previously walked there.
I like that one.
To infer, to make an inference, is to reach a reasonable conclusion of fact which you may but are not required to make from other facts which you find have been established by direct evidence. Whether an inference is made rests entirely with you. Direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are of equal weight. The evidence does not include the indictment or the opening statements or closing arguments. The opening statements and closing arguments are designed to assist you. They are not evidence. You must not speculate as to why the court sustained any objection to any question or what the answers to such question might have been. You must not draw any inference or speculate on the truth of any suggestion included in a question that was not answered. Statements that were stricken by the court or which you were instructed to disregard are not evidence and must be treated as though you never heard them. If the court sustained any objections concerning any statements made during opening or closing arguments, you must disregard such statements made by any attorney. Exhibits as well as testimony relating to them have been introduced. You will determine what weight, if any, the exhibit should receive in light of all the evidence.
Tyler Robinson.
If there is a copy of an exhibit, you should consider it the same as an original. If there are deletions or redactions, you must not consider those parts. The exhibits are identified by their numbers or letters. The fact that numbers or letters may be missing or omitted shall not be considered by you for any reason. There are several reasons this may occur. An exhibit may not have been submitted by the party who produced it or identified it during the trial, or the court may not have admitted an exhibit because of legal or procedural reason or ruling. You're not to draw any inference because you do not have a particular exhibit. You will have with you in the jury room as exhibits video recordings which are introduced into evidence. If you wish to view any of these recordings, there's equipment in the jury room which the bailiff will assist you in setting up and instruct you how to use so that you may consider this evidence. Now, in this case, testimony has been admitted indicating the defendant fled the scene. Now, regarding this evidence, you are instructed that the defendant's flight from the scene does not alone raise a presumption of guilt, but it may tend to indicate the defendant's consciousness of guilt. If you find that the facts do not support that the defendant fled the scene, or if you find that some other motive prompted the defendant's conduct, or if you're unable to decide what the defendant's motivation was, then you should not consider this evidence for any purpose.
We have a poll up.
However, if you find that the facts support that the defendant fled the scene, and if you decide that the defendant was motivated by a consciousness of guilt, you may but are not required to consider that evidence in deciding whether the defendant is guilty of the crime charged. You alone will determine what weight, if any, to give to this evidence. Now, as jurors, you are the sole judges of the facts, the credibility of the witnesses, and the weight of the evidence. To weigh the evidence, you must consider the credibility of the witnesses. You will apply the test of truthfulness, which you apply in your daily lives. These tests include the appearance of each witness upon the stand, the manner of testifying, the reasonableness of the testimony, the opportunity the witness had to see, hear, and know the things concerning which the witness testified, accuracy of memory, frankness or lack of it, intelligence, interest, and bias, if any, together with all the facts and circumstances surrounding the testimony. Applying these tests, you will assign to the testimony of each witness such weight as you deem proper. It is not necessary that the defendant take the witness stand in her own defense. She has a constitutional right not to testify. The fact that the defendant did not testify must not be considered for any purpose. You should not decide any issue of fact simply based on the number of witnesses who testify on each side of an issue. Rather, the final test in judging evidence will be the force and weight of the evidence regardless of the number of witnesses on each side of an issue. The testimony of one witness believed by you is sufficient to prove any fact. You are not required to believe the testimony of any witness simply because they were under oath. You may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the testimony of any witness. It is your province to determine what testimony is worthy of belief and what testimony is not worthy of belief. Now, as for the specific charge in this case, the defendant is charged with trespass in a habitation when a person is present or likely to be present. Before you can find the defendant guilty of this offense, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about April 7, 2026 in Lake County, Ohio, the defendant, Christina Johnson, by force and or stealth, trespassed in a permanent or temporary habitation of Gabrielle Russo and or Nicholas Tarek III,
Force or
when another
stealth.
person other than any accomplice of the defendant was present or likely to be present. Now, the following words contained in the offense of trespass in a habitation when a person is present or likely to be present are defined as set forth below. Force means any violence, compulsion, effort, or constraint exerted or used by any means upon or against a person or thing to gain entrance. Stealth means any secret or sly act to avoid discovery and to gain entrance into or remain within a structure of another without permission. Trespass means to knowingly enter or remain on land or premises of another without privilege to do so. The definition of knowingly as defined for trespass is as follows. A person acts knowingly regardless of her purpose when she is aware that her conduct will probably cause a certain result, or when she is aware that her conduct will probably be of a certain nature. A person has knowledge of circumstances when she is aware that such circumstances probably exist. Knowingly means that a person is aware of the existence of the facts and that her acts will probably be of a certain nature. Since you cannot look into the mind of another, knowledge is determined from all the facts and circumstances and evidence. You will determine from these facts and circumstances whether there exists at the time in the mind of the defendant an awareness of the probability that she entered and or remained in the land or premises of another without privilege to do so. Land or premises include any land, building, structure, or place belonging to, controlled by, or in the custody of another, including a public agency and any separate enclosure or room or portion thereof. Privilege means an immunity, license, or right conferred by law, bestowed by express or implied grant, arising on a status, position, office, or relationship, or growing out of necessity. Habitation. In this case, the structure trespassed in must be a temporary, permanent habitation of another. Habitation means the place where a person lives. Likely to be present. In deciding whether persons are likely to be present, the defendant's knowledge or belief is not relevant. An accomplice is one who assists or joins or aids and or abets another in the commission of a crime. Now, as you will note, it was alleged that the offense charge took place on April 7, 2026. It is not necessary that the state prove that the offense was committed on the exact date as charged in the indictment. It is sufficient to prove that the offense took place on a date reasonably near the date claimed. It is also alleged the offense charged took place in Lake County, Ohio. Before you can decide whether the state of Ohio has proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of the offense with which the defendant is charged, you must first decide whether this is the correct county in which this trial should be held. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that all or any part of the offense was committed in Lake County, Ohio. If you find the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt all the essential elements of the offense charged in the indictment, then your verdict must be guilty as to such offense according to your findings. If you find the state failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any one of the essential elements of the offense charged in the indictment, then your verdict must be not guilty as to such offense according to your findings.
All right.
All right, that's the instructions for now. We're next going to proceed to closing arguments, and then I'll give you some concluding instructions on how to conduct your deliberations. But for now, closing arguments. And again, closing arguments are an opportunity for each side to summarize for you what they believe the evidence in the case is established. The state of Ohio, having the burden of proof, gets to go first.
And last.
And then gets to make a closing argument. And in the state, because they do have the burden of proof, they get to make what we call a rebuttal argument. So for the state of Ohio, Ms. Bell.
Thank you, Your Honor. One moment, we're gonna get
I'm sorry?
the PowerPoint set up.
Okay, let me know when.
I like when she reaches down into the pixels and her hand just becomes a block.
Sorry?
She's ready.
Whenever she's ready. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
500 likes and I'll gift memberships. We only have 527 viewers. All of you have to click the like button for that to happen. Everybody get on it.
No.
Hold Josh to it.
Hello again, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Abigail Bell and Haley Gold with the state of Ohio. On April 7th, 2026, Gabrielle Russo was doing something entirely ordinary. She was working from home in the living room of her house at 577 Fobe Street in Paynesville, Lake County, Ohio. Her husband, Nicholas Tarek, was upstairs caring for their young son, Nico, after the family trip to the urgent care. They were exactly where they had every right to be, inside their own home. The defendant, Christina Johnson, did not. You have all the evidence that you need to find the defendant guilty of the offense she is charged with. But you were just read what was felt like an hour of legal definitions and convoluted rules, and sometimes it's easy to get lost in the pages of law. And that's what I'm here to help you do, hopefully, to guide you through the law, to help you understand how our facts apply to the law, and to show you that we have provided you evidence to prove each and every element of this offense beyond a reasonable doubt. So to do that, we'll begin. The defendant is charged with trespass in a habitation when a person is present or likely to be present, which I'm going to shorten to trespass in a habitation. In order to find the defendant guilty, the state had to prove that on or about April 7th, 2026, in Paynesville, Lake County, Ohio, the defendant, Christina Johnson, by force, stealth, or deception, trespassed in a permanent or temporary habitation of both Gabrielle and Nick when another person was present or likely to be present. Let's start with those first three elements. On or about April 7th, in Paynesville, Lake County, Ohio, and the defendant, Christina Johnson. Each and every witness testified to the date. The officers were on shift that day. Gabrielle explained about the family urgent care trip, April 7th, 2026. That is not in dispute. You also heard both Gabrielle and Nick tell you their address, 577 Phoebe Street in Paynesville, Lake County, Ohio. You heard that the law enforcement responded to a call at 577 Phoebe. That is not in dispute. And that the person in question was the defendant, Christina Johnson. Gabrielle identified her as the woman she saw standing in her living room. Nick identified her as the woman he had an altercation with in the street, and both Patrolman Krugel and Detective Mahalik identified her as the woman they found in the woods off of Blair. She is the woman who trespassed into the home at 577 Phoebe. Which brings us to the next element, by force, stealth, or deception. Now, language here is very important. It's force, stealth, or deception.
Actually, approach for a second, please.
Judge's like, actually, hang on. Hold, please. I might have messed something up there. This defendant has been charged previously with a similar crime. As a matter of fact, just a few months before this occurred, this was in April of this year, in December of last year, she entered a home that was not hers and remained there and had to be taken out by force. They used tear gas, actually, to get her out. So,
sorry about that. You may continue, Ms. Bill.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, she was arrested twice in the same day.
Language here is important, that or. The state needs only prove one of them. Obviously, deception here is not an issue. I don't believe you even had an instruction on that. The state need only to prove one, force or stealth. However, the state did prove both. Force being any effort. It does not mean using a sledgehammer, using a battering ram to get the door down. It's any effort. It's the effort it took to turn the doorknob and push the door open. All three doors.
I don't
is
like
force
that
enough.
interpretation of force.
Not only did the defendant use force, but she also used stealth. Gabrielle testified that her home has 3 separate doors that someone must pass through before entering the living room. She also explained that the home is over 100 years old. You heard about the creaking wooden floors, the locking mechanism that clicks, the vacuum that happens in that foyer area when one of the doors is open. They hear people enter the home, but they did not hear the defendant. She looked up from her work to find a complete stranger standing in her living room. That is stealth. Stealth does not require disguises, elaborate planning. It means gaining entrance in a manner intended to avoid detection. The defendant successfully moved through 3 doors, across a wooden, creaky porch, foyer, without alerting the occupants. Gabrielle had no idea anyone had entered the home until the defendant was standing in her living room. That is stealth. Which brings us to the next element, which is trespass, being knowingly enter the land or premises of both Gabrielle and Nick. Knowingly has that special legal definition. It's up on the screen. The judge read it to you. Here, it's obvious. The defendant knowingly walked onto the porch, opened the first door, opened the second door, walked through the foyer, and opened the third door to stand in the victim's living room. That is knowing conduct. Which brings us to the final two elements in a permanent or temporary habitation of Gabrielle and Nick. They both testified that's where they live with their young son, Nico. We heard that the defendant entered the foyer, the mudroom, and then entered the living room. Now, certainly entering the living room, that's a trespass into the habitation. However, just making it into the mudroom, that is part of their home. That is a trespass into a habitation. On that interview with Patrolman Prugel, the defendant admits to going through the first two doors of the house into the mudroom. That is a trespass into a habitation. That's part of their house. And next, when another person is present or likely to be present, that's not an accomplice of the defendant. Everybody was home. Gabrielle Russo was home. Nicholas Tarek was home. Their young son, Nico, was home. We have met every element of trespass in a habitation. Now notice what is not an element. How long the defendant was in the house. What did she intend to do in the house? How far into the house did she get? And I'm sure you're curious about those things. They are not elements, and the state did not have to prove them. The question is whether she trespassed into an occupied habitation by force or stealth. The evidence answers that question with a clear yes. Now, it's not a defense to trespass in a habitation to say, some third party told me I could go into this home. This man on the street said they'd let me use their phone. That is not a defense, that is preposterous. A third person cannot give you permission to go into somebody else's home. And with that, we have proven every element of trespass in a habitation beyond a reasonable doubt. However, we have more evidence here of the defendant's guilt, and it's how she reacts after being caught. Only after being discovered did the defendant say, "Shit, I'm in the wrong house." The defense may ask you to focus on that statement and conclude that this was all an innocent mistake. But even if the defendant was mistaken about which house she entered, that does not erase what already happened. By the time those words were spoken, the offense was complete. She had already entered a home where she had no privilege to be. She had already passed through multiple barriers of an occupied residence. She had already done so without the knowledge of the people inside. And her conduct after leaving does not support the idea that this was simply an innocent misunderstanding. When Nick Tarek confronted her outside, she did not simply apologize and say, "My bad, I'm so sorry," and leave. No, she engaged in an argument with him. Instead, she yelled, "That's Theodore's house," and that Nick needed to pack his things and go. Even after seeing Nick standing in front of her on his porch, she continued insisting that the home belonged to somebody else. Ashley Wayman, the postal carrier, witnessed that interaction. The Arlo security camera witnessed that. The homeowners then called the police. And what did the defendant do next? She ran into a neighboring yard. And instead of remaining to talk to the police, clear up what could have been a misunderstanding, she ran into that wooded backyard, attempted to avoid police detection, and ended up fleeing down a cliff. That is not what an innocent person does after making an innocent mistake. Law enforcement did exactly what we would expect them to do. Detective Mahalik reviewed the city camera footage, identified the defendant walking in the area, circulated the photograph, and Officer Prugel located her only a short distance away. You watched the dash camera interview with the defendant. Every piece of evidence fits together. Every witness corroborates the next. Gabrielle's testimony is consistent with Nick's. The testimony is corroborated by the mail carrier, Ms. Wayman. The surveillance footage confirms the events outside. The city cameras place the defendant in the area, and Officer Prugel ultimately apprehends her. This case is about the sanctity of the home. Each and every person has the right to feel secure inside their own residence. Gabrielle should never have had to look up from work to find a stranger standing in her living room with her young son upstairs. Nick should never have had to confront that stranger while his young child was upstairs. The law protects families from precisely this type of intrusion. The state has proven that the defendant, by force and stealth, trespassed into Gabrielle and Nick's home while they were present. We have met our burden beyond a reasonable doubt, and we will ask that you find the defendant, Christina Johnson, guilty. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Katika for the defendant.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your attention throughout the trial. I know you've heard on everything, but I'd like to highlight a couple of the concepts. I told you in my opening, pay careful attention to the instructions. First, let's talk about stealth. Great detail was put into this house creaks. There's a vacuum at the door. The door pops. But yet somehow they want to tell you that nothing was heard. But then when Gabrielle, toward the end of her testimony, said, yeah, I heard the door pop and so did the cat. How was that stealth? I'd also ask you to consider, and I think this was, both Nicholas and Gabrielle testified, there were multiple cars in the driveway. You look at the picture, you can see multiple cars. If you're trying to be stealthy, you're not going to go into a house that has that many automobiles. There's almost a guarantee that somebody's going to be here. I disagree with my colleague. I do think this was a mistake. I don't think there's anything obvious about the element of knowingly. Please read that instruction carefully. You'll be given a copy of the instructions that Judge Collada just read. Ms. Johnson was under the misunderstanding that she had permission to go there. You heard her say that. When she was confronted with someone that she didn't know, immediately left. My recollection of the testimony is when confronted by Nicholas, she did apologize. You heard her statement in the back of the cruiser. Again, she didn't have to make any statement. She was warned about that. She said she'd been dropped off at Glen Bay. Didn't make that up. She had the bracelet. Okay. She indicated she was living in the woods. That wasn't verified. And she was looking for a phone. She thought she had permission to go into this residence. And I want to be clear, she denies going in, as you heard in her statement in the back of the cruiser. Let's talk a little bit about force. You'll see the instruction. Keep in mind, this door was unlocked. She was entering your residence that she thought she had permission to go into. Similar as we heard during voir dire, similar to, you see a car the same color as yours, you open the door, that's not auto theft. You made a mistake.
Just breaking and entering.
When she realized she made a mistake, she left. And again, particularly with Gabrielle and Nicholas, great detail. I don't know how they sleep in this house because there's so many noises. But the detective, when I said anything stand out about the house, no, it's a regular house. He didn't say, yeah, I couldn't believe how much, every time I moved, something creaked. Something to think about. For whatever reason, he wasn't coached up on that point. I'd like you to consider, and again, you're seeing the statutory definition of reasonable doubt. You'll have a copy of it. I'm going to suggest to you that if there's any possibility in your mind that Ms. Johnson was mistaken, that she did believe that someone named Theodore lived there, that she was looking for a phone after being dropped off by Glenn Bay. If you can believe any aspect of that, or there's any possibility that that's true, I'm going to suggest to you that alone is reasonable doubt. That alone, I think, defeats the element of knowingly. And based on that, I'm asking you to return a verdict of not guilty. Thanks again for your time and attention.
I think there should be an intent element here that must be proven. State, you going to go again?
Thank you, Mr. Fatika.
Really, there's
State of
nothing
Ohio?
else to say.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We're going to switch teams and say it all over again.
Now, I know we've touched on this already, but your role as jurors is to apply the facts as you hear them from the witness stand to the law as the judge instructs you. And the judge has instructed you on the law as you heard in the jury instructions. And the judge has instructed you that trespass means to knowingly enter or remain on the land or premises of another without privilege to do so. And in order to trespass, Christina Johnson had to know that she was knowingly entering the land of another. She knows that she's walking into the house of someone else. She knows it's not her house. Think about your daily life. Think about how you enter your friends' homes, your neighbors' homes, your colleagues' homes. You knock on the door, you announce their presence. Maybe if it's a really good friend, you just walk into your house. But having someone on the street say, this is Theodore's house, you can use Theodore's phone, does not give you permission to enter their house. Think about how scary that would be if anyone in the street could give someone permission to use your house just by saying, hey, that's so-and-so's house, they have a phone, it'll be okay with them if you use it. That's not the way that we operate in society. Now, you've heard enough testimony about stealth, you've heard enough testimony about how loud this floor is when people walk on it, but because Mr. Fatika talked a little more about force, I'm going to touch on that. Force, as defined by the judge, as instructed in the law, is any effort. Opening a closed door is force. That's what the law requires. If you disagree with that, that doesn't change what the law is. If you believe that the defendant wasn't stealthy, if you believe there were so many noises, maybe she wouldn't have heard anything anyway, you've heard testimony that all three doors were closed, that the defendant opened each of those doors, walked through each of those doors, and entered a house that was not hers. That is force, and that is force sufficient for you to find her guilty of this offense. Thank you.
Thank you.
One breath closing argument, 3 minutes long. That was impressive.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to continue on with the instructions where I left off. So let me get those back up here.
We're going to close out the poll right now.
All right, the court has given you the instructions on the law applicable to this case. I will now instruct you on how to conduct your deliberations and prepare your verdict. When you go to the jury room, your first function will be to select one of the jurors to serve as a foreperson. The person you select as foreperson does not have any greater power, nor does that person's vote have any more importance than others. That person serves the purpose of helping to conduct your deliberations in an orderly manner and to give each of you the opportunity to express your opinion. One additional duty of the foreperson is to see to it that the verdict form is returned to the courtroom after you have reached a verdict. Once a foreperson is selected, you will commence your deliberations. Your initial conduct upon commencing deliberations is a matter of importance. It is not wise to immediately express a determination or to insist upon a certain verdict. Having so expressed yourself, your sense of pride may be aroused and you may hesitate to change your position even if you later decide you are not correct. You should consult with one another in the jury room and deliberate with a view to reaching an agreement if you can do so without disturbing your individual judgment. Each of you must decide this case for yourself. You should do so, however, only after discussion of the case with other jurors. Do not hesitate to change your opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong or if the discussion persuades you that you should. You should not, however, surrender honest convictions to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinion of other jurors. The verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. To reach a verdict, it is necessary that all jurors agree. Your verdict must be unanimous. Your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and on the law as I have given it to you in these instructions. Nothing that I have said or done is intended to suggest what your verdict should be. That is entirely for you to decide. If you have a question during your deliberations, it should be discussed in the privacy of your jury room. It should be reduced to writing, noting the date and time of the question, so there will be no misunderstanding as to what you request, and it should be signed by the foreperson. It should then be delivered to the bailiff, who will submit it to the court. Your questions should not reflect the status of your deliberations. Please be patient in waiting for a response, because the judge must consult with the lawyers for the parties before sending his response. The court will then attempt to answer the question as best as possible. Please keep in mind, though, that the court may not be able to answer all questions. Now, you will have with you in the jury room the following form of verdict. When you have reached the verdict, you will complete the form in the way which corresponds to your decision, and then you will sign the verdict in ink. So let's pull up the verdict form here. This is the verdict form. It will be a one-page document. It has the caption of the case, and then below it reads count 1, trespass in the habitation when a person is present or likely to be present. And then it reads, we, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Christina M. Johnson. Then you see an asterisk symbol followed by a blank line, then the words of trespass in a habitation when a person is present or likely to be present. Below that are the instructions or directions for the asterisk symbol, which read, insert in ink either the word guilty or the two words not guilty. So depending on what all 12 of you, the decision that all 12 of you reach regarding this, you'll place either the word guilty or the words not guilty in the blank line. So it will read, we the jury being duly impaneled and sworn find the defendant Christina M. Johnson either guilty or not guilty of trespassing in a habitation when a person is present or likely to be present. Then below that you see a line that says dated. You'll place the date that it is that all 12 of you reached that decision. And then below you see 12 lines that are preceded by the numbers 1 through 12, and those are the signature lines for the jurors that place her respective signature. So Miss Kinsey, you're juror number 1. We go along the back row to Dr. Woodman, who's juror number 6. Start up in the front with Miss...
I'm going to cover up these names. We don't need all of those.
And when juror number 12 is Mr. I want to make a mental note of what number you will be. That will be the line that you'll be placing
outing
your
all the
signature
jurors.
on.
He knows them by name.
All right,
Dr. So-and-so.
let's finish up here then.
Calls the four corners
The
of
court
the jury
cannot
box.
embody all the law in any single part of these instructions. In considering one portion, you must consider it in the light of and in harmony with all the instructions. The court will place in your possession the verdict form as well as the exhibits submitted into evidence during the trial. You will also be provided with multiple copies of these jury instructions. You will not be given anything else. During your deliberations, the court reporter will not be permitted to read back any of the testimony which you heard during the trial. You may not discuss or consider the subject of punishment. Your duty is confined to deciding whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the charged offense. In the event you find the defendant guilty, the duty to determine the punishment is placed by law upon this court. You must also not be influenced by any consideration of sympathy or prejudice. It is your duty to carefully weigh the evidence, to decide all disputed questions of fact, to apply the instructions of the court to your findings, and to render your verdict accordingly. In fulfilling your duty, your efforts must be to arrive at a just verdict. Consider all the evidence and make your findings with intelligence and impartiality and without bias, sympathy, or prejudice, so that the state of Ohio and the defendant will feel that their case was fairly and impartially tried. Excuse me. The court also orders that you not take any electronic devices or books of reference into the jury room. This restriction covers items such as cell phones, Apple Watches, computers, law books, etc. If during the trial the court said or did anything that you consider an indication of the court's view on the facts, or if you have the impression that the court has indicated how any disputed facts should be decided, you must put aside such an impression. Nothing said in these instructions or in the verdict form is meant to suggest or convey in any manner or any intimation to what verdict I think you should find. That decision must be made by you based solely upon the facts presented to you in this courtroom during the trial. You are also warned not to discuss your verdict or the status of your deliberations with anyone except your fellow jurors while you're deliberating. Like I talked before, all 12 of you must be present when you deliberate, and you should not do that until the verdict has been returned and announced in open court. Now, this order must be strictly obeyed. After your verdict is returned and announced in open court, you may discuss the case with anyone, though you're not required to do so. Whether you discuss the case with counsel or anyone else after you are discharged is a matter of your own free choice. Now, my preliminary instructions to you, if I said anything that conflicts with these final instructions, the final instructions will control your deliberations and are binding on you, regardless of what I said in my preliminary instructions. All right. Now, jurors who have been selected as alternates are not permitted to participate in the jury's deliberations unless one or more of the regular jurors are unable to complete their service due to illness or some other misfortune, and we're happy that nothing like that has happened in this case. So fortunately, it does not appear necessary that it will be necessary for our alternate to render any further service. Mr. Morris, you are our alternate. It will not be necessary for you to serve any further. When the jury convenes here in a moment to start the deliberations, you'll go in with them, take your badge off, leave it on the table, grab whatever other personal belongings you may have, and then you'll be able to exit.
Hugs, goodbye, grab your eggs, and go.
Now, even though you're not required to provide any further service, I do need to continue restricting you from discussing the case with anyone, and that will stay in place until the verdict has been announced here in open court.
Ricky,
once that has happened,
much.
you can discuss the case and what your thoughts are, how you would have voted, whatever you want, if you want. You're not required to do so. It's a decision for you to make. But I do want to acknowledge at this time the service that you've rendered as our alternate, so thank you very much. All right, Ms. Speller, Ms. Gold, anything else on behalf of the state of Ohio care to discuss?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Fatika for the defendant?
Nothing, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, do any of the jurors have any questions? I'm not talking anything substantively, but procedurally.
Yeah, Judge, what do you think?
We're going to file in the jury room. You start your deliberations. If you want to take a brief break, you can. But at this point going forward, you're going to decide your schedule. We're not going to come in and say it's time for a break, or you're taking a 10-minute break, or 15, or how long it is. You can come back tomorrow.
It's going to be either 10 minutes or 15 minutes.
We're not going to be telling you when to do anything. That's for you to decide. The only thing I ask is that if you do take a break,
he suggested
hit the buzzer,
10 minutes.
wait for Stan to come back there, let him know we're going to take a 15-minute break or 10-minute break, whatever the case may be, so that we know that. So you're not just wandering the halls when we think you're deliberating. That's happened before, and that's not good. So just let us know before you take the break, and then you can do that. So no questions at this point?
We just hit the buzzer when we have a
Stan will tell you how to do that, but you'll hit the buzzer when you'll hit the, I think he'll tell you that you'll hit it once if you have a question or if you want to take a break. You'll hit it twice if there's a verdict, so we'll know at that point.
There's a buzzer.
All right, well, at
you
this
just go
point,
buzz,
you're going to repair to the jury room. The first thing you should do is select a foreperson, then you are to commence your deliberations. When all 12 of you have reached the verdict, you'll sign the verdict in ink. You'll then be returned to the courtroom where the verdict will be announced. So I want to thank you at this point and express my appreciation for the service that you've rendered so far and that you're going to continue to provide. Certainly by providing this service, you have contributed to, again, what I believe is the best system of justice that we enjoy here in this country. So at this point, ladies and gentlemen, you may convene to the jury room and commence your deliberations.
All rise for the jury.
Sorry, I've got a police scanner going in the background, so it's a little bit noisy. Oh, tones. That's a lot of tones.
All right.
Yeah, what's up?
Anything else for the record at this point on behalf of the state?
We're trying to verify on the scanner right now.
Tika?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask that you stick around so that if they have a question or come back, we don't have to, it's already at Quarter Till. So you can hang on here or outside with the
Okay, so what time is it?
All right.
Hold on. Look at the time. 7:49:30.
I'm going to stick up here for a second so you can wander if you want.
Somebody has to do the math because 7:39. We're gonna let them go off to a break. Let's see when they come back. Judge is gone. They come back. Looks like they might have taken a break. 7:39. This would be about an hour right here. An hour deliberation in this case. You're kidding me. You are kidding me. Hour and a half. Oh, here we go. Hang on. Wait. This is probably the least... With an hour and 40 minutes of deliberation time and probably a break in there as well, the jury in the Ohio versus Christina Johnson trial has reached a verdict in the case where she is charged with trespass in a habitation. This is a simple case. There are no lesser included. There's one charge. The elements are quite simple. Did she or didn't she go into the house that she did not have permission to go into? The jury's going to reach this verdict. I do not know what it is. I'm listening to this live as you are. Well, as live, because this happened just the other day. But we're sitting back. The thing that did it for me is when we heard the description by the police officers indicating that the defendant was found wearing purple gloves in April in Wisconsin. Not sure if it's cold or not. I don't know. That for me, it's like gloves? I don't know. She was wearing a scarf too. Maybe that shouldn't be as a big an issue as I thought it was. In Ohio. I'm sorry. Listen to Wisconsin on the police scanner. Listen to Ohio here. All right. The cliff played a big part. The cats played a big part. I'm sorry I cannot show you the cats. Tigger bud, send me a pic to the burner phone. We'll get you up. But really, this is just a simple question. There's a big factor that we might hear in sentencing, and that has to do with the fact that the defendant has been charged twice before with doing this very thing. Entering someone else's house and not leaving. She didn't have permission. One of the houses, they had to use tear gas to get her out of an upstairs bedroom. This was just a couple months prior to this event in April. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and jump back to court where we will we'll listen to see what the jury has for us. Buckle up. Here we go. Bailiffs are coming in, waiting for the judge to come out of his office. Everyone's standing at attention. Judge, if you could time this perfectly, that would be great. Oh, amazing. I couldn't have asked for it better myself. Thank you. Judge, take a seat, and turns on the mics. We have a verdict. Josh, that verdict music was just for you.
All right,
Happy
ladies
birthday,
and
my friend.
gentlemen, you have indicated that you have reached a verdict. Is that correct?
Yes.
If the foreperson could please hand the verdict form to the bailiff. All right, in the matter captioned State of Ohio versus Christina Johnson, count 1, trespassing in habitation when a person is present or likely to be present. We, the jury, being duly impaneled and sworn, find the defendant, Christina Johnson, guilty of trespassing in habitation when a person is present or likely to be present. Dated today's date, June 30th, 2026, and signed by all 12 jurors. Does either side wish to have the jury hold? Mr. Katika?
Yes, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the bailiff is
Here we
going
get the
to
names. Here we go.
call out your jury number.
Oh,
juror,
good.
Juror number, I should say. And I'm going to ask if this is your verdict, please respond with the appropriate response.
Juror 1, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 2, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 3, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 4, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 5, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 6, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 7, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 8, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 9, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 10, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror 11, is this your verdict?
Yes.
And Juror 12, is this your verdict?
Yes.
Your Honor. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes your service with this case. At this point, you will be released from any of the restrictions I've had on you for the last 8 or 9 hours or so. You're free to talk about this case with whomever you're pleased, though you're not required to do that. But often lawyers like talking with the jurors after cases. I enjoy talking with the jurors. In fact, I'm going to pop back in there in just a minute, briefly talk to. I know it's late, but so we won't be long. But I can answer any questions you may have or that you've had throughout the day, and then you'll be free to go. So if you want to file in there, I'll be right in there.
All rise.
There we go. We're going to see what the sentencing is here, or what the date is for the sentencing. There's a PSI, pre-sentence investigation, as the Minecraft characters who acted as our jury exit stage left. We're trying to confirm a police event in Wisconsin, but I haven't got anything yet, so I can't.
All right, this time the court is going to revoke the defendant's bond, order a pre-sentence report investigation, psychological evaluation. Is there anything else for the record that we need to address at this time, Ms. Bell or Ms. Gold?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Fatika?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
I do want to put the question on the record here that we had. There was a question that was sent to the court at 4. It says 4:4, so I'm not sure what 440 something. Can we have clarification on quote knowingly? And then it reads, should we consider possible altered mental state and heightened emotions? 2, should knowingly also meet beyond the reasonable doubt criteria? Court responded by saying you've been provided the full definition of the term knowingly and shall apply and use that definition when considering the evidence in this case. Voluntary intoxication, if you find that to be an issue in this case, may not be taken into consideration in determining the existence of knowingly. You must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant knowingly entered or remained in the land or premises of another without privilege to do so. And the court responded to that at 4:58. So I'll make that part of the record as well. All right, anything else then? Nope, we said no, right? All right, thank you all.
All right.
You can take your notes, they'll be in there. Yep, thank you.
No. We're going to come back to 1 o'clock.
So I have to do a second.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a pre-sentence report.
Okay.
And a pre-sentence report.
What's that?
That's what it is. You can eat on the jurors there. Questions about the history.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't matter if they see you or not. It doesn't matter if they see you anymore. Well, it's just easier if I just, because then we can just throw the car down there and the shackles aren't out.
All right, a couple questions between the defendant and her attorney, which were overheard with the police officers there, which makes it not a privileged communication. Asking,
You don't want to keep your notes? You good?
what's a psych eval? What's a PSI?
Good. You want to keep this right? Yes. Mr. Pika, thank you. Nice job.
Congratulations all around. No hard feelings. The defense attorney is waiting to leave with the prosecution. The defendant hasn't even left the room yet.
Stan, I'll see you when I see you.
All right, guys, take care. Be safe. All right.
Do you need help carrying anything back? No, we're good. You're free.
Thank
Unless
you.
you want to stay.
Do you need me to stick around or am I good to go?
No, you're good.
No, you can haul ass.
All right. Thank you guys. Happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you for spending the
What?
day with me. Nice, sir.
Did I hear happy birthday there? Hang on one second. Stop. Did I hear somebody say happy birthday?
Thank you. Thank you for spending the day with me. Nice, sir.
I almost heard a happy birthday.
Thank
Unless
you.
you want to stay.
Do you need me to stick around or am I good to go?
No, you're good.
No, you can haul ass.
Not that
All
part.
right. Thank you guys. Happy birthday.
There it is. Happy birthday, Josh. Happy birthday from court to you.
Nice, sir.
All right. That's what I wanted. All right. We are done for today. Except for, of course, the podcast tonight, which is at 8 o'clock right here on this channel. I will go ahead and create the thumbnail for that right now. Because I forgot to make it. Sorry.
You are banished
Scanner's
from
still
the
going.
state of Georgia.
Happy birthday for Josh, as promised. So what's happening tonight is we have a podcast, and this will be sort of like a melting pot of topics on the podcast. So it should be family friendly. So bring all your little monsters around, and we'll take a slice of this and see if we can't, have some fun, make some cheddar, and just enjoy the fromage. We're talking about cheese tonight, a lot of it. I'm not sure how many more references we can make. I promised my wife not to mention the cutting one. Cutting the cheese was not going to be one of the jokes we make. But other than that, It's good. So we have a podcast tonight. No caviar. We have cheese. I have 4 types of cheese. It should be Gouda. It should be really Gouda. I have some Gouda. I think it's like bourbon Gouda or something like that. I don't know. But I've got 4 white cheeses.
Remember in the beginning when we started 110 years ago?
Fromage, parlez-vous français? Oui, je parle français, la langue de l'amour. Any cheese that's blue? No, that is not cheese. That is mold when it turns blue. I found some of that at the store. I reported it to the manager. Hopefully he took care of it. Loves True Crimes. Thank you very much, everyone. Have a safe and happy 4th. We're going to be on tonight for the podcast. That's at 8 o'clock right here, which I'm still behind. I'm trying to make the... I need to make the logo here, or the thumbnail. Should add some cheese to this. No, you love blue cheese? I can't. I can't. I couldn't even do the Munster. American or French. French is the terrible one that smells like moldy socks. American's not quite as smelly, but... Okay, download that. Go into StreamYard. Oh, StreamYard's finally the first response on Google. That's funny. Normally when you search for it, it comes up with competing companies who have paid for advertising. We will have some cheesy jokes tonight. That's for sure. Let's see. Starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. After the podcast tonight, we are taking tomorrow off with the exception of possibly, fingers crossed, I have to talk to Mrs. R.A. first about this, possibly live streaming the drone show that we're going to in the Triangle here tomorrow night. So we might live stream that. Buffer, I got a cheese platter for my birthday. I'm going to a drone show tomorrow night for my birthday. I'll send you a video of the drone show. I'm going to a drone show tomorrow night for your birthday as well. Different drone show, but yes. Apply. Hang on, hold please. Just trying to get this thumbnail made up. Waiting for it. Josh, happy birthday tomorrow. Excited. And by the way, Lois, thanks for a huge... Josh, for your birthday, Lois gave me a super chat. Thank you very much, Lois. I appreciate it. Josh, happy birthday. All right, now it's set up so I can have the portal over there. What I would ask you to do is when you make the portal, because it's not going to start for a little while, do click the like button and ring the bell so you get notified when we do go live. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a lot of fun. And that's all. That's it. Now we can play the music. It's been a great week. Tomorrow, taking the day off with the exception of possibly the drone show in the evening. That would be a live stream. Podcast tonight, cheese edition, and some great stories. We have an amazing holiday over the weekend. The 4th of July falls on a Saturday. Happy birthday, America. 250 years. This little American experiment has been going on. Yes, catch up on Courtroom Confidential. We were on last night. It was a lot of fun. So catch up on that with Josh. That was great. Love to hang out with that crew. Then on Monday, we're going to be covering the Tyler Robinson hearing. Tyler Robinson, this is... actually checking right now to see if Court Info is giving me the details. They're supposed to send me the link for the live stream next week, this afternoon. So we'll be covering that live stream. It's pretty much all week. It's going to be a week-long preliminary hearing. Basically a teaser, a test to show us what's going to happen at the trial, what evidence they have that says that Tyler Robinson is in fact guilty or should at least be tried and a jury to determine if he is guilty. So what's happening in Wisconsin? Nothing right now. Apparently, we thought there was an active shooter situation.
Started 110 years ago.
It didn't develop, so it could have been something else. Could have been a misunderstanding. But we've been listening to the scanner for a while. We've had some boots on the ground up there to check for us. They haven't heard anything. I've got somebody in that town, literally, who has not been able to confirm anything, so we should be good. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe until we go live tonight at 8 p.m. with the Not Relevant podcast right here on this channel. We'll see you then, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Take care.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant. Because he's the guy.